Anna's in security right now.
And keep it like that. Okay.
So we have only one mic.
Yeah,
I use the one for.
Okay.
Good. Exactly. So for those online listening, you can keep the mic really closer so that they can hear you. Thank you.
Yeah.
I know, isn't it a great room?
Fancy.
We're so fancy. Oh my goodness. Wow. This is so different than the rooms downstairs. That's very different. I hope people navigate here. So those folks are running on time. They are not stuck in security lines. So hello to those in the big world out there. Welcome to our session, Sharing and Collective Action in the Age of AI. My name is Anna. I am the CEO at Creative Commons, and I'm joined by 3 wonderful team members here. We also are limited to 55 minutes, so we're just going to keep things on track. So our agenda for our next hour-ish together: brief intro. Jocelyn's going to talk you through problem harvest. Dee will work with you on breakouts. We'll do some lightning pitches to wrap things up and close with some reflections. So just as a reminder to those who may not be familiar with Creative Commons or need a bit of a refresher, this is what we do. We empower individuals and communities around the world through technical and legal and policy solutions. And obviously our ultimate goals are a continued thriving commons and folks choosing to share their works with the world. And we've been doing this since 2001, so we are also celebrating our 25th anniversary this year, which is very exciting, partying with the wiki folk. So just as a sort of level-setting reminder before we get into some of the ideation in this session is that the CC licenses are copyright licenses, which means they sit on top of copyright and they don't let you do anything that copyright does not already let you do, if that makes sense. When it comes to AI, things are pretty uneven on the copyright front. So in very simple terms, if I want to release something under a CC BY license, Kurt, in a completely different part of the world, as a fellow human, can do whatever he wants with that, as long as he attributes me. However, if Kurt wants to use machine learning or text and data mining or any other AI technology to analyze or process my work, it depends on what jurisdiction he's sitting on, what he can and cannot do with it. And that's not good for the commons, it's not good for equity, it's not good for researchers globally. We also know that even if the CC licenses applied to the AI world, it does not capture everything that folks want from this changed knowledge ecosystem. So some of the work that we've done on this so far, in collaboration with the community and folks like you all, through workshops and so on, is we developed a preference signals framework. So this was us putting on paper, what would people want in exchange for reuse of their content by large models, inference technologies, etc. We released this publicly middle of last year for comment and feedback and have been iterating on it since. And the biggest shift at this point that we're working on is taking this from being a normative framework and building it into new legal tooling. And there are two sort of primary intentions with this legal tooling that we are very much in the research and development phase of. The first is to ensure that public interest protections are level across all reusers. So what I mean by this is, back to the example of different jurisdictions and not knowing what you can and cannot do, there should be a baseline of the uses that are always allowed regardless of what jurisdiction you're in. And currently the patchwork that exists globally makes things deeply inequitable for anyone who wants to reuse for research or for accessibility purposes or anything in that camp. So that is priority number one for us, is ensuring these public interest protections with any new tooling we develop. And then secondly, what we're thinking about here is how we sort of shift these boundaries of power a little bit and put sort of the sort of right to choose or the incentive to share back in the hands of folks, knowing that there are certain conditions that will be enforceable. And one of those conditions is our beloved attribution. And so on that note, that's just sort of the background to what we're doing in this moment. I'm going to hand it over to Jocelyn to talk about the session a bit.
Thank you, Anna. All right, so we have a bit of a smaller group, so we're just going to kind of do what we can here and really appreciate you all being here and getting through the security line early, getting your coffees early. I put a quote up here, in a state, even democracy, where power is hierarchic, how can you prevent the storage of information from becoming yet another source of power to the powerful? And so I've just really been thinking about what would a better AI future be? What could a world be in which AI is actually serving the public interest? And I want us to sort of start thinking from that place and work backwards. What are the challenges that are in the way from us having an AI that is serving the greater good, serving the public, serving us? So what we're going to do in the next few minutes, I'm going to set a 5-minute timer, is have you each feel free to chat or work on your own, grab a stack of sticky notes, and write down some of the challenges that are preventing us from being in that future. We're going to come back together and put those on a board, group them out a little bit, and then we'll get into a group and discuss some solutions. For the folks who are streaming, thank you for reminding me, Anna, we have somebody who is manning the chat. So if you want to type your challenges out, he's going to help us, thank you, Brian, add them to the board as well.
I can write challenges with the best of them. Oh, you can write more than one. Great, I'm here to help pump some inspiration and energy into this group. All right.
Do we get some problems down? We're going to actually group around the table and bunch these into social and technical challenges. Did we get any from the chat? Did we get any challenges from the chat? No? Okay.
Please welcome. You're not too late. Have a seat at at this table, if you don't mind. Could you explain to her kind of what we're doing? Hi.
There's also a sheet in front of you. Do you want
Yeah, okay. So if you want to continue to add to that, if you think of others, there's a few, three here. Are those, have we categorized those yet? Oh, they're in the middle. So we need a third category. Okay, so what we're going to do next is actually stand up because these are kind of, we're trying to group on the table. And you're going to grab these dots. And if you feel like something is really important, and you can vote more than once, obviously, they may all be important, put a dot on it. So those ones in the middle, how would you categorize those three?
We have to categorize.
I'm just curious.
Yeah. I mean, more technical, more social.
Okay, so we have them we've grouped them into social challenges and technical challenges. So please stand up, walk around. I think you may have to come over here. And let's just do a little voting with the dots on the ones you feel are the most important or urgent.
The color doesn't matter?
Does not matter. And again, you may think all of them are important or all of them are urgent, and that's fine too.
So do we have a limited number of votes or?
No, you can vote as many times as you want. Oh, God.
It's actually chilly today.
I know. I thought, I hope I'm not too hot.
No, I don't have the same thing. I'll move.
Yeah, I was just seeing how we're doing on time. Can you tell how many people we have viewing? No.
Online?
Online? No, okay. What time does this end? 10:20. Okay. 10:25. Okay. This is an incredible room, though.
This is a lovely space.
Mm-hmm.
So much more. I think my 2:30 panel is in room 4 downstairs.
Okay.
And they're like,
Yeah. So, No, you're good. Security is a real thing. Oh, and finding the room too, yeah, so welcome. So right now, we've thought about challenges as it relates to our current environment and what we would like. Okay, and what we would like to have happen. We're voting on the challenges that we feel are the most important. We've grouped them into two groups, social challenges and technical challenges. And right now, we're putting dots on the ones we feel are the most important or urgent. And we'll do that for a few more minutes, and then we'll have some more fun. Well, and we may be realizing that. I mean, I think that's a real thing. But if in the next part of this, it might be helpful to know which one collectively people think are more important.
We chatted and stuff, yeah.
Yeah, no, it was. MIT OpenCourseware.
Oh, so great to meet you.
They're an open infrastructure circle member, and they were the first.
So
We were testing out before it got called.
when I was teaching,
I tested you cool.
Did you email us?
Yeah, I did.
You did, okay, I saw this come
Yeah.
through.
Yeah.
I was sorry, I was traveling with stuff. Okay.
when I was teaching, I would peruse the courses on like quite a bit.
I'm glad it was of some interest.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we're getting enough inquiries around this space in general,
I
so
remember this
super
now.
interested, yeah.
Yes, okay, yeah, we will, so the way we are going to approach the project, just so you know what to expect, is we're gonna send you a real question.
Okay, one more minute. Are all the votes in? I know you're catching up.
I'm good.
Okay,
I got briefed.
all right. And I just want them to self-select. Okay, so what we're going to do next is we're actually going to take about 20 to 25 minutes, and we're going to break you up into two groups. We're going to break you into social challenges and technical challenges. So maybe we move technical challenges over here to this table. Jocelyn, you want to grab those items? And if you feel like you would like to discuss technical challenges, please go over to that table now. Yeah, I think social challenges will stay here, and anyone that wants to discuss technical challenges, go over there.
I wonder if there are two main ones we want to break this into.
Oh, maybe two different sections.
So we've got environmental harm.
Here, I'll let you read it out loud.
Yeah, sure. So some of the ones that got a lot of votes here, we have environmental harms, we have no choice how work is used. Let's see, the 10 largest companies in the world getting the,
betting the farm.
I'm not sure I know what that means.
Betting everything.
Betting everything on all working. What if it doesn't? Okay. Companies don't obey the laws. Okay, so we had some ties here between these. If we had to kind of pick two out of here, environmental harms, some of the largest companies betting the farm, companies don't obey the laws, and then no choice in how works are used. Which ones are kind of rising to the top to people? Anybody want to kind of call out what's interesting to you to talk about more of those top votes?
It strikes me that there's relatively little we can do about the 10 biggest companies running on it. Right? People having the right to choose feels more actionable. So
Okay.
I'm on to that. Yeah.
Great, okay. Anybody want to call out another one that might be interesting to talk about in more detail?
I have one that I'm more concerned about.
Yeah.
If it's helpful. I feel like this is sort of group therapy a little bit.
Yeah.
So one around they don't obey the laws that exist.
Okay. I think those are two really good ones. Okay, so let's have people who want to talk about no choice how works are used here, and then companies don't obey the laws. Let's move you guys over to this table. And then for the technical, we also had some votes, so let's see. It seems like the biggest one here is attribution, lack of provenance. So I think that's a pretty clear problem to talk about more, and certainly one we've been talking about. So we have attribution or lack of provenance here to discuss. So feel free to grab a chair over here if you want to discuss that in more detail. Here we have no choice how works are used at this table. And then at this table we have companies don't obey the laws that already exist. So pick out a table, sit around it, and I'll pass it back to Dee.
Okay. Which table would you like? Why don't you go back over to your technical table? All right, would you like to be working on no choice? Is there anyone over here? Yeah.
Sorry, I was totally monopolizing on what I was telling you, one of the first things actually said was me like reading the report. It was like working for really like diagnosing it, borrowing me for like,
Okay, so in front of you, you'll have another sheet that says problem-solving worksheet, and on that sheet it says, imagine it's 2035.
Can you reiterate kind of how we're breaking this up?
Yeah, okay, so we have three groups, and these groups, again, are attribution or lack of provenance, so come sit here if you want to chat about that. This one is no choice in how works are used, and then this one over here is companies not obeying the laws that already exist at this table. So please join the table, and then you have a worksheet in front of you that says, it's called problem-solving worksheet. And I'll read it out loud. So what it says is, imagine it's 2035, your challenge has largely been solved, what changed? What exists now that didn't before? Who benefits? What new norms emerged? There are also some white papers in front of you to kind of write down any thoughts. And at the end of this, you'll be asked to report back, so feel free to think about that a little bit more. Yeah. Did nobody want to do the companies not obeying laws that already exist?
But they don't obey it anyway. Yes, so I think it's almost like...
Okay, sure, no problem.
I was interested, but no one...
That's okay, that's okay. It seems like there's more interest in this one, so go for it.
Oh, this would be like the color...
Okay, does everyone know what they're doing? So are you all clear on what you're doing? So the year is 2035, and we know the challenges of today. And we're going to pretend that these challenges are gone. What has changed? And the prompts on the problem-solving workshop should help you through that. So what exists now that didn't exist before? Let's take a moment and discuss that. And we may need somebody to write down in each group kind of what you're thinking too. So there's some paper provided. So what exists now that didn't exist before based on your challenge? So over here, no choice in law and how works are used. No choice in how works are used. Now, 2035, you can choose how works are used. What has changed between today and 2035? Same with your prompt over there. Okay. Yes.
But I guess we're focusing on the technical side. We do from sort of results and links to
So for those of you online, if you'd like to play along, you can type into the chat. The year is 2035, and the challenges are no longer a challenge. What has changed?
Well, or the licensing becomes quite specific.
In addition to
And they abide by it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Is it maybe
yeah.
from AI also, that like you can have a license, whatever?
Yeah.
Do you think we're seeing that already?
I think that's
in terms of norms?
yes.
As AI
Right.
overview as setting the frame for the way people think about it. I think they made this up, right? But here's any response, here's a few high level things, and they break it down, you can drill down to the next level on, and you can choose that they use another sort of like deeper dive if you want to really get into it.
It still feels quite narrow.
There's a
I think the
scale
point
of
is interesting that it's like kind of against
breadth of
the values
information that's being
of the
absorbed in
movement
these models.
in a way. I love this.
But there are a lot of cases who are suffering because their work's just being not like
I think like you could say that like at the moment, let's say that a big tech company or anyone is who's creating a model for profit uses a CC by SA licensed word, then they're breaking the license of the word by not sharing the other essay. Yes, yeah, that's more for the other thing.
But this is the problem, is that they have to abide by the law, by the
No, they don't.
well, no, they aren't. But in order for any choice to be given, they would have to abide by that choice. So they're not currently abiding by the choices anyway. So like it would have to be, they would have to be forced in some way, whether legally or otherwise, in order to abide by the conditions of the licenses. If there are multiple licenses that have then been developed. So if there were more nuance in the licensing in order to allow different ways of works being used, they would still have to abide by those, and they're not currently doing so.
No, but yes. But then in 2035, what is creating the environment for them to abide by the licenses? Is it self?
Threats and
Well, exactly. I think that's really important. Is it like, existential threats? Is it personal drive and motivation? Is it a different value system? I know, exactly.
So legally it's quite
we're all in the bunker anyway.
legally it's quite easy to abide by the CC BY license. But the CC BY SA, they're difficult because they don't combine. The copyleft licenses don't combine.
But they're still not even abiding by the law.
Yeah.
Unless the person requests it. So unless the person
So maybe that's
requests it.
the maybe that's the hook.
So maybe the attribution should be as default. So that the citation or the source should be included as a default.
Come out for a radically different solution.
Well, you can have more than
Yeah, we
one.
can have many radical solutions.
Yeah,
all creative work is done offline. Like we just draw a bit of paper again, and like it doesn't get.
Everything goes back to analog.
That's an option.
I love that.
We all just really.
That would actually we would be going back in time instead of forward in time.
Luddites rise again.
You can't highlight the text. This avatar person will be here in the same way.
Another one, we sue everyone, so like huge amounts of money from somewhere, to actually like
You brought to court.
just enforce this until it gets respected.
So who's going to enforce that?
The International Court of Common
I love that. Go ahead and put that down. I think that, you know what, if we're gonna be in 2035, we might as well
That's what I'm
imagine
saying.
and get outside of this restrictive mindset. Where do we wanna end up?
Yeah. I mean, there needs to be some kind of accountability to these things.
Yes.
And that's the problem, is that, Trump is not allowing that to happen.
I think we've got to have, like, we could kind of converge to one solution or towards another one. One is like really starting to try to limit the ways of like what we see in open source, they put in like clauses, you can't use it if you're Russian or if you're engaging in war with this kind of stuff.
Again, for those of you online, I know it's hard to engage with conversation going on the table, but if you have ideas on how you think the world in 2035 could look very differently and what you would want that world to look like, please type it in the chat and we'll include it in the solution papers. The problems being solved, again, are, where is it? What is the problem, the challenge over here?
Attribution.
Oh, yeah, needing attribution and lack of providence.
I think it's a sweet spot to keep growing attribution because everybody wants that. I do want to know like the result from well, CC0 is fine as a product, but you could still require, from a user point of view, still require provenance tracing. So other companies that
Is this about
that is trained with the
Weaker player in the forces of
that
the
seems
market
challenging
or
because
global
the
policy
gene that
that there is this
well
moment,
make
there
an
is
analogy to
this is like virtue value based or playing by the rules.
genius at the bottom. We used to have three on that.
Not realistic.
like the solution is not to make sure the cameras 5 years ago,
Yes.
and now we're like,
Oh, back to the paper contest.
now we're just
Back to
having
the
a
back
nice
of the
normal time.
I
don't know what you
I'm
mean.
just wondering, like, where is this sentiment? No.
Deeply inspired by a whole bunch of stuff.
Okay, maybe I'm stuck on the problem rather than the solution.
I can tell people. Thank
It's
you.
part of it.
Like, where does
That's what.
what are we trying to solve for? Is there any reality in which things are following
the world
the wishes of the creator?
living in.
Yes, I
We're
agree.
just
I think
surrounded
there are
by
two. There's like the reacting to the now of this
information
kind of
coming
thing,
through to
but then there's also
bubbles
what do the creators need
direct
to feel more in control. So is it more nuanced, kind of, yes, I want it online, but I don't want it scraped, or I want it CC for other artists.
I feel like I'm seeing a norm already around student essays I'm seeing, in that references are changing from specific quotes and pages to just the sort of general idea of what that person was saying in
Yes.
that book. And I think that
Because they're not reading it, they're
Yeah,
not
basically,
actually
yeah,
getting,
yeah, yeah.
which is so fascinating, because
Yeah,
I
yeah.
remember in university, 20 years ago,
Yeah.
but like, the crux would be like, this is the thing that is going to make my argument, like,
Yeah, yeah,
the straight up highlight of the quote,
yeah.
which was so critical to building arguments.
Yeah.
This is what I worry about, is the
Yeah.
arguments are going to get weaker.
Yeah, and yeah, if we're talking about sort of like soft hyperlinks or the
Yeah,
sort of
yeah.
vibe references like that, just
Yeah.
that spreads everywhere.
Yeah, so while we're starting right now thinking about the sort of like end game of attribution.
Yeah.
You know, also the sort of the foundation of creation that we're standing upon is getting a little crumbly.
Yeah.
What's interesting though is sort of like, you know, okay, we'll have to go back to direct quotes and this specifically what happened before, and I wonder like, okay, but what could be even better than that? Like, what if there was an even better version of, you know, maybe there's even
some better way to then go to that source through a document that you're creating or.
But also like this one, you know, time for whatever.
So it says, I believe it's here.
Look at these 10 tags, like I believe it's in here, I've read some schemas or whatever, like tell me like where, you know, where's this indicated? There should even be ways to use this technology to get those quotes, this is not me like trying to say 10 books, but like it should be possible to like, here are like 10 things to make money, here are 10 things that don't, you know, rather than doing them sort of like
If
vibrant,
it's,
like,
they want
this
to be
author generally,
open,
whatever,
like,
you know, that's probably your starting point.
So I know that NC, but are they abiding by NC? I don't know if the scrapers are abiding by NC. No, not quite yet. I don't think they are. I got 6 more minutes.
I can't imagine that they are, because they're not abiding by any of the others.
So ultimately, it doesn't matter whether it's NC or not, but that's why we need to have the double approach. What else would look different?
How attribution has worked in the last couple of decades. Where has it been working well, and where has it already been showing cracks historically? Do you get a sense about that? Is there something from that we can learn from?
That's
I think probably the biggest area where there's a challenge with attribution is reuse of images, because it's, I don't know, because it's just like 2 different formats, picture and text, that, I know that sounds strange, but like, much easier to attribute text with text than it is an image with text. And so, you know, we tried to solve some of this design-wise when we were testing on CC source, like putting like icons on the image, let that carry around with it, it's almost like a watermark attached to it. It still only communicates a very small portion, and it doesn't include, I mean, it can include a lot with the metadata, but that frequently gets stripped when these are sort of, you know, right click, save, upload, everything's gone.
Between personal, well, I mean, the machine, the corporation is photographs or
from any sort of license is actually like the corporations that use it in terms of suddenly gets into like a copyright, like even the original artist doesn't get meaningful and I don't think it actually incentivizes you
That's been the situation. Yeah, that's for as long as it's been music.
Hi, welcome. Absolutely.
But at the same time, we're using it every day to do translation.
welcome, thank you. We're imagining 10 years from now, attribution being solved in AI systems, and so asking ourselves,
No, not that. Not that. The first bit, but no details. No, there is no money. Just trapped in the system. Yeah.
Okay, we're going to have about 3 more minutes to kind of conclude what the 2035 world looks like.
Recommendation engines. If you like this, you might like that.
Yeah.
I can almost imagine part of the attribution infrastructure in the future recognizing every piece of original.
Oh, that would be great. That would be great.
The web of information is finally clear. The attribution protocol is a tree of sources.
And like rabbit hole.
Thank you so much.
Maybe that's some idea.
I mean, you know, less radical, old style liberal, but you know, if you did have many people competing to
This gets too crazy.
with the stuff that creatives had provided,
I know what
then
he's
they
trying
would be under kind of competitive pressure of some kind, which they're not in any way. Because
Yeah, I think it's going to be too hard with 2 groups. Yeah.
We'll report back in a few minutes.
Yeah, for those online, we're going to do a report out in a few minutes. So again, if you have any final thoughts you want to put in the chat, please do. And then we're going to transport ourselves to 2035. Well, no, about 11.
Oh, they figured it out.
Yeah.
This is a tough session.
Thank you. I know. Good intentions.
Well, I mean, that would be number one, yes.
I'm going to let you guys talk kind of a little bit about what you've discussed first, if you don't mind.
That's fine. Who are we nominating? Are you eager to report back to the group? Nope. That's fine. You have the right to say no. Happy to? Okay.
Okay, we're going to wrap up. If you would, within your group, nominate just a spokesperson to give a short summary about what 2035 looks like in the social world, in the technical world, and then we'll conclude. So, did technical vote? Oh, we have a designation. I'm going to give you the mic. Okay, so the technical challenge, and first just state your challenge and then what the world looks like today, please.
Okay, so our technical challenge was the issue of attribution or lack of provenance. It ties in slightly to the social challenge there as well. So we sort of noted how things were now and how it might expand up to 2035. We've moved at the moment from a world of search results and links basically in text chatbots to these open text responses. Some of them are starting to add certain links and certain citations, but it's often not clear where they are where these things are used. We think some sort of open protocol for this, where sentences or parts of responses can be attributed to specific sources, would be useful. But then beyond that, there'd be like larger lists where responses have been based off but not directly cited, and more clearly in training data, much more clear documentation on what has been used, because, well, frankly, tech companies are sort of stealing or not even aware of what is being used right now. To build this open protocol, we need some sort of cooperation between people at the Web Consortium, Mozilla, Creative Commons, and of course Big Tech. Google, I imagine, will be very much part of this. At the moment, we think about the benefits towards creators and public in knowing how their property is being used, and then they would be able to opt out if they so chose, or able to extract some sort of data levy, perhaps. Large rights holders, traditional media might also benefit from this. Currently, there are lots of court cases between AI companies and media companies, and actually knowing where these responses are coming from and what is being attributed would give media companies and rights holders the ability to have a sort of foothold in negotiations, I suppose. So yeah, these large companies can probably be the sort of pilot for this, I guess. And this licensed content can create new revenue models for traditional media. Where are we going? New norms, yeah. So we're hoping with new norms, this disclosure of provenance could create more ethical AI systems trained with this clear provenance. We think that the sort of creation and creativity process will change. We were sort of imagining just now the sort of attribution trees that you could dive into, like how are things being created, how are individuals or how are AI systems building on works which are building on works which are building on other works. And this could also build into any sort of like recommendation engines that any tech companies might, like how referencing already is getting a bit loose. People are moving away from individual quotes to sort of vibes or general arguments. And we might want to think about how to restore or augment that's in a world where attribution becomes a softer signal rather than a hard quotation. I think that's it. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
That's a nice world to live in. All right, let's go over to the social side of things.
Okay, so we had multiple approaches to this. They kind of ranged from nihilism and reverting to Luddites. And then there was basically two approaches. So looking at it from the big tech kind of side, like how very, very similar, I think. It seems like the concerns are very shared, that the big tech have been forced by the International Court of Commons to attribute as default, so to make the system force it to work. But then there was also the idea of, from the creator's point of view, that there was more nuance in how, and I know that this is something that's being worked on, but also in where it could go, because there's been some conversation just generally about developing open, proper, true open AI platforms that we would, hopefully the open community would channel or choose to channel that way rather than the other way, or choose open rather than commercial, so, you know, so it would stop scraping, of course, also enforced by the International Court of Commons. And yeah, I think, and in the interim, there's the antitrust laws that can help to enforce this and provide some that already exist maybe and can be utilized where you are in the world. I don't know, was there anything else? No, John. John says here, we smashed all the AI stuff with hammers in 2027. So beyond the nihilism. Yeah.
Excellent, thank you so much. Yeah, I love how it's like 2035 where we go back. You know, it's like what's old is new again. It goes back to, you know, digital cameras versus film cameras, and all my kids want to use VHS tapes again, and so maybe we do go backwards, I don't know. So just, if I were to pick the words, it's really cooperation, options, new norms, enforceability. I love the idea of this International Court of Commons, quite honestly. I think it's brilliant. Any other one-word reflections that just popped into your head from what we discussed? I know we asked you, we sit and we swirl around all the problems quite often, and I'm sure this whole week is about that. So we wanted to take just a moment to expand into something possible and positive of what we want to go, because it's hard to go somewhere without a roadmap. You know, unless you know where you're going and imagining something that doesn't even exist, International Court of Commons, I mean, how do you go there? It's hard. So you're balancing working within current systems and then also imagining new systems that could help solve problems. Yep. Yeah, so we do have 5 more minutes because we're super quick. Does anyone have any other reflections they would like to share? Do you think that we can get there?
We'll get somewhere.
Somewhere. It may be back into John's world of, you know, smashing AI systems. I don't have anything else. We'll give you a few more minutes to just chat amongst yourselves or head out and get some water and coffee. And we want to thank you so much for joining us today. This was a really kind of a quick little session. And again, I know at the beginning it was like, what are we doing? Where are we going? So we should have had a rocket ship or something to transport us, or a time travel machine. But it was fun playing along with all of you. I appreciate you coming.
from the chat.
Okay, thank you so much.
Grab a coffee.
in affiliate work and outreach work. And how many of you in the room are doing affiliate work? Just that I see a work of hand, some hands. Maybe a third of you, not so many, but at home we have, I think in the movement, around 200 affiliates, and they need to do all sorts of things, from admin work, emails, working, collaborating, applying for grants, to comms, social media, reporting about what you're doing, through training, creating materials for training about Wikipedia and Wikidata and Wikisource and whatnot. And sometimes it requires, some of us are working in countries where there's more than one language and we need to translate things quite a lot. So there are multiple workflows that connect to affiliate work, where I think some very basic and simple Gen AI platforms that everyone can use can be really helpful. So I want to try to show some things, some platforms that I'm using all the time in my work that people may find useful. And the first tool, and yeah, I'll say that these platforms are good for text, for images, for presentations, for videos, and I do want to try to tap into more visual stuff this time. I think most of you are already using it for text, for grant writing, for all these, like for emails. This type of thing is quite well known by now by most people. Most big language models and the applications like ChatGPT and Claude and Gemini, whatever your favorite one is, are doing text. But I actually wanted to focus more on visualizations, on images, presentations, videos that people can create quite easily, and show some tools that I'm doing it with. So let's go. The first one is Napkin, and here I am going out of my presentation actually to Napkin to show you how easy it is to navigate. So this is Napkin AI, and what I use Napkin usually for is create, let's say that I have a slide deck, and well, as Wikipedians, we like our texts. And I think even in this slide, where is it? This one, this is very heavy text, right? Like when we go to present, I don't know, to give a workshop, to do something of the sort, this is not a good slide, people. This is too much text for regular folks. So I want to show how we can take this and throw it into, I'll just try to copy. This keyboard is not behaving like mine, so bear with me. But this is Napkin, and all I need to, and it speaks French now, which bless you. Yes, I needed to change it to EN, and there I go. And not found. Perfect. Or not. Or without. That was my next move. No, it forces me to do it in French. Yeah. Okay, I don't know. We'll try it in French. We'll see where it leads us. But in essence, I just want a new napkin, and I will try. I will try my best. So you need to sign, and I will try to use my Google account to do it. I am, for the other ones, I've actually logged in advance, so I'm not wasting time, but I did want to show that this is pretty simple. What you can see is that I can create I just clicked on a new napkin, and I want to do a visualization, and I want to do it from my text. So all I'm going to do is going to paste. Let's see if it works. Yay. This is the thing from my slide. And the cool thing about Napkin is I could have described what I wanted and it would have given me everything, but I think most of us have presentations with slides with lots of text. So this is a workflow I'm using all the time to beautify and make more accessible my slides. And all I did is click on that blue arrow, and boom, what it does, it will immediately give me all these types of, I don't know why I chose green this time, but if green is not your, is Nat here? Nat is not here. If green is not your favorite color, worry not. We can actually choose a different color if we want. Let's say for now that we just choose we can choose a lighter green, but if we don't like it at all, we can actually go back and choose a different scheme. And it really is helping out with, so I don't know if you can see the amount of different visualizations. Some of them are really nice and colorful and bright, and this is making it just nicer. The same ideas, the same context, our words just beautified. Recently they added this really nice effect thing that, let's say if I'm choosing this hat thingy, why not? I can create all these types of cool effects on, and one of them is, I know, help me choose one, Wikimedians. Shall we go for the origami, or what do you feel like? Origami. Okay. And it will create some visual effect. But it's that easy, and it's editable, and it's downloadable, and you can replace it quite easily in a slide that you're having, and it helps make it better for people who are not visual designers. Usually it would take a long time to generate something like that without AI, so I really like Napkin. That's the first flow I wanted to show, and I have a few more minutes to show you, and I'll do it a bit in a speedy way. The next tool that I wanted to flag for the community, and specifically for, this is the origami thingy. Yes, not bad. I think it's cool. And I find this tool very useful for visualizations. There are tons of, and this I didn't say, but there are tons of applications out there that are doing all sorts of things. This is just a tiny, tiny thing of some applications that I found useful. A second one that I'm using all the time is Notebook LM. How many of you know Notebook LM? Raise of hands. Okay, only half of you. Interesting. Notebook LM is under the Google sort of umbrella. This is a Google tool, and it's become really, really powerful. So when you enter Notebook LM, you'll immediately see notebooks that other people created and share, but you can also create your own notebook. The cool thing about Notebook LM that it operates like almost a mini rug. If you know the idea about rugs is that I can take up to 50 resources, and these resources can be anything that I want. It could be Word documents, it could be PDFs, it could be links to videos, it could be different resources online. And if I don't have, so many people are using it, including me, sometimes for research, because you can upload, let's say, up to 50 articles and then the notebook talks to you about the 50 articles or all your resources. It could be different docs that you have, different notes that you have, all sorts of, but you collect, the idea is that you collect, you curate your resources and then add them to the notebook. And from that point, your notebook will talk to you and will do things with the resources that you added. And I just wanted to show how easy it is to suddenly, from these docs that you curate, create something. So I will take an example from, this is just an example, right, of an article that I've written about critical ignoring. I'm an academic. I didn't say, hi, my name is Shani Evenstein-Sigalov. I forgot to do that at the beginning. This is my notebook, and all I did here, and by the way, when you upload your resources, which is what you do on the left, it has 3 sections. It's the resources on the left, there's an add resource button. There are things in the middle, which is where you communicate with the notebook about your resources. And you can see here that I have 10 resources, and if I want, I can click them off and decide what I want to do with specific resources and create whatever I want. And this is my studio. This is the most important thing that everyone got really excited about. And the studio, I have to say about Notebook LM, it keeps evolving all the time. So they keep adding features and new capabilities. And I think Notebook LM became really famous like maybe a year ago when they added this audio thing. So that creates like a podcast usually between a man and a woman talking about your thing. Think how that changes how we learn. right? But in essence, you can, let's say that someone just wrote a white paper that is really relevant to us, or someone created a policy doc that is really heavy, and we just want to get the gist of it, and we actually learn better not by reading, but by listening. Just as an example, we have different types of learning styles. You can, in essence, go to the notebook LM, upload that PDF, and generate an audio, and you'll have a discussion summarizing what the paper was about in a discussion between two people. It also can create a slide deck, which is what I did here. And the good thing recently that they did is they allow you now to edit. Because in the past, whenever you wanted to edit your slides, you needed to actually create it again if you didn't like a specific slide. But now you can actually edit a specific slide, so it's very useful. Sometimes we have a resource and we want to create a presentation from it really easily, and that is the workflow that I may use. It's editable. I can shift it later and download it to PowerPoint and continue edit. And it can generate a video for me. And this is what I did for critical ignoring. It takes some time, so click on it and then go do something else and come back, and it will be ready for you. This is just an example of how it looks like. And this is I don't know why you can't hear the voice for now, but believe me that it speaks. It is a 2-minute presentation, and I can actually, when I use it, let me go back to just show you this, and I'll be done with Notebook LM. I want to go back to my studio to show you, that when I'm generating this, not only I can choose which sources, but the cool thing about it, you can have resources in every language, and for some things here, you can tell it what the output language you want it to be, which is really powerful. So you can generate it in all sorts of ways. For the explainer specifically, if I wanted an explainer, I can choose to have it in every language I want. I'm not recommended that you use it wisely. So if you're specifically wanting to generate something in another language that is not your main, have someone go through this so you can make sure there are no mistakes, big ones, and you can overrun it, but it now has like 40 languages, and they expand it all the time, and I think it's pretty cool. You can choose the layout that you want, but in essence, you will get based on your resources, and you can have a description that really nails down what you are wanting to do with how you want this to be constructed. So you can actually give a prompt to say, I want my presentation to have an intro slide, and then these 3 slides about this, and then finish with something like that. And you can be very granular about how it should construct your presentation, and then it generates something, and you can edit it. So that's also very helpful. It does the same with videos, although videos are not editable. If you don't like the version, you'll have to reconstruct it. I'm really waiting for them to allow editing of the videos. We'll see when they do that. It has all sorts of other things like mind maps, and just play with it. Quizzes. It's so useful, I think, that I just wanted you to know about that. Lastly, because I have 2 minutes, but I did want to know, how many of you know Chloe versus history? Just curious. Okay, we don't have time to show this, but if you go to YouTube and look Chloe versus history, you'll see this figure. You know what, maybe I'll show it, just show it quickly. YouTube. And come on. Chloe versus a history. Maybe Chloe with a CH. There we go. So this is Chloe. She is a vlogger, and she goes back in time to various periods in the history and shows how it was to live there. And she is completely generated by AI. There was a whole debate whether she's real or not. But my point about showing Chloe, I'll stop her because it's not about her. She is AI generated, but the thing is, we suddenly are able to teach or to do things in ways that we weren't able to do in the past, right? We can't go back to the Ice Age or to Egypt, but we can generate something that looks like it, and we can actually do it using resources like Wikipedia and other resources that we have in Wikicommons and Wikisource. And the guy that actually created Chloe these days is actually generating some of the backgrounds and all of that based on actual resources. So he's trying to be accurate historically, which is nice of him. But in any case, Chloe got viral, right? She has millions of views for every single thing. The thing is, the ability that I want you to be aware of is GenAI became really good about being consistent with characters and avatars. So we can create a character and have it in different backgrounds and different layouts and different scenarios, and it will keep the character consistent, and that means we can use it for our own benefit, if that makes sense. But we can suddenly, if you're an affiliate and you want to create a brochure for whatever outreach work you have, you can suddenly generate characters and you can have them in different scenarios, and it will keep the characters consistent. And if for some reason you don't want to use real people, you can actually generate it. And the same with videos. It became really good at actually understanding laws of physics and do reflections properly. And if you, I don't know, generate something like a rock hitting a wall, it would behave according to laws of physics, which it wasn't doing even a few months ago. So the free tools that are available to the public, not paid versions, Chloe's done with high-end tools that are costing money, that we don't want to pay. But for affiliate work, we can actually use some free versions. And I just wanted you to, and with that I will finish, I wanted you to be aware of two things, and it is Google Vids. How many of you know Google Vids? No one. So under Google, bear with me, I know this, you don't want to see my email. But if you go here, there's at the bottom something called Vids. This is the VO, I think, model that Google is using in everything. And if you go here, you can actually upload a picture. I think I did it before, or at least I tried to. And no, something didn't work out. But very easily here, you can create a new video. You can upload, I was trying to upload an elephant and tell it to say happy birthday, 25th anniversary to Wikipedia from Commons, and it would animate it. So you can do things like that pretty easily, and you can use it for presentations, for outreach materials, for all sorts of things. And the same is, I wanted to show you, and that's the last tool that I'll show. It's called HeyGen, and what you can do with it is actually create an avatar. And here, you can either create an avatar that looks like a character, like a cartoon, and it will do things, and you can give it a script, and it will speak and do all sorts of things. But you can also create an avatar of yourself. And if, like me, you hate being pictured, you can upload yourself once, and then you can give it a script. So this is actually a video, which you can't hear, but this is me. I don't know why it's not showing it, but it's not playing. But you'll believe me when I say that what I created is it photo you for like 2 minutes reading something, and it will keep your voice and your face mimics and all of that, and then you can give it a script, and that avatar then speaks whatever you want. So if you're very busy, but you still want to create content for your chapter, for training that you're doing, you can actually have a duplicate of yourself, and you can do stuff with it to help disseminate knowledge. So I hope that was useful for you. I've actually used my 10 minutes of you trying out things to actually show you the tools. So sorry about that, but the presentation is available, and I do want you to play with them, and you need some time and quiet to do that. So I'm hoping you can just explore these tools after. And I will say one last thing before I move to Eder. There is, in the slide, you'll see that there is one last link, and that is to GenSpark. And the reason that I wanted to mention GenSpark is that GenSpark is one of the big eights. This is more similar to Gemini, Claude, ChatGPT, etc. Only what it has, it holds all the different models for images and for videos from all over. So in essence, it's one platform that you can play with. So sometimes if you want to generate an image or a video or a presentation, you can go to GenSpark and you can choose between different models, and it will have the smartest, best models available that you can see what generates the best results for you. But it's like a one-stop shop for different image models and video models that are out there. So, and it gives you results that are multimodal. So if you look for something, it will, let's say an elephant, it will give you text, but it will also give you images and videos, so you can explore it in a multimodal way. And with that, I say thank you for listening, and we move to Eder. You can, yep. Perfect. Eder, this is yours.
Thank you. Let me find the HME. Nice.
Now it becomes more complex.
Okay. Is okay? No? I can present from here. I don't think we have the presentation.
Are there any questions while they're setting up? Silence in the room. Yeah.
Did you experience hallucinations with Moodle Notebook LM? Because I did.
Yes. Notebook LM is
Okay.
good for some things, not for everything. So like all these platforms, you need to sort of get familiar and understand what the... Sorry, there was a question. Did I experience hallucinations with Notebook LM? The answer is yes, despite it being almost like rug-like and sort of supposed to be based on the sources that you upload. It's doing some things really well, but that's true from my experience with all Gen AI platforms. Most of them are really good at some things, and it's all about you getting familiarized with the tools and what they can do, and knowing what to choose for your task. So it's what is the task, then what is the right tool for the task. And we can talk about that more later.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Eder Porto. I'll talk with you about vibe coding with Claude. Maybe I can present from here. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah. Vibe coding with Claude, analysis and graphs. I'll skip the graphs part, but touching base on what Shani was saying about hallucinations and things like that, I am of the opinion that AI should be on a short leash, and you should be a dictator to it. So, and that's part of what I will be presenting for you today. And basically, this is a demonstration of a process of research that we did within our affiliate in Brazil about the editor behavior and editor activity from the community in Brazil for the last 12 years. It's a huge amount of data. We had 12,000 editors throughout the years editing in our activities, and the amount of data that we we're measuring and trying to understand from them. It's a huge amount to do by hand or by other means or create functions to it. And the community, as is stated in the slides, is the backbone of our movement, and understanding how we engage with them and who are they, who they are, and what becomes of them afterwards they have contact with us. It's one of our duties as an affiliate. But how to do this analysis? How do you measure the editor behavior and activities? So usually there is no tool, there is no script, there is no methodology wide spread in the movement. There's no tool that gives you the answer. So what we need to do is to come up with our own solutions. We either do this investigation by hand, or we build tools, build methodologies to do so. That's fine if you have the capacity to invest the time, the manpower to do this research, but AI can help us solve a little bit of this problem, and lower the cost. Building solutions is costly. AI can help lower that cost of manpower needed, but be aware that it can also increase costs on other places, like verifying the work that AI did and fix hallucinations. So back in May 2026, we did an analysis of the 12-year database of editors in Wikimedia Brazil with help from Claude. The analysis divided editors into 5 dimensions, measured across 12 Wikimedia projects, the ones that are in Portuguese, from their first activity until April 2026. These are the 5 dimensions: the persistence, frequency, breadth, tenure, and experience of the editors, measuring the continuity of edits, quantity of edits in a given period, recurrency of participation, account age at first engagement, quantity of edits up until a given date. So those 5 metrics measure how these, who are the community that we are engaging. Are they experienced editors? Are they newcomers? Do they edit after they make contact with us? Or do they churn and don't edit anymore? How much do they edit, if they edit at all? So those are questions that we did. These definitions of what is a persistent editor, what is in frequency, is an active editor, is a very active editor, is an inactive editor. Those are definitions that, as I mentioned, we need a short leash on AI. And I said, these are my definitions. Calculate or create the functions to calculate the metrics that I defined. If you find any thing that is not clear, ask me questions so I can solve and decide. So the human in this research project is in the center of the decision. AI is just helping me doing something that I was already doing it, but by hand and much faster, much more efficiency. So what AI can do to help your research? Here I'm presenting about editors' activities, but whatever question you have as an affiliate, you can engage AI to help you calculate or perform functions to calculate the metric that you are solving. Those metrics are things that we relate to Wikimedia Foundation, to our grant, in our grants, and so they are needed. AI can help you define, make a definition refinement, so identify ambiguities and contradictions in dimension definitions, for example. What is a retained editor versus an editor that doesn't edit, doesn't make any edit? Before they become bugs. You have a definition that says that you have thousands of editors. They are retained, but they didn't make any edits. So how do you deal with that? Or even what experience at first activity means. Am I saying the experience of the editor at the moment of registration, the moment the activity started, the moment the activity ended? So those are definitions that we need to help AI define so it can create the functions for us. It can also generate code and debug code once we identify numbers that are not looking like right. We have a hunch that this number is not right. Write Python or other language. I'm Python speaker, so I speak in that language. Diagnose bugs through conversation, and especially explaining why the decision or why the bug happened, because it can be a definition problem, can be a bug problem, and we cannot trust code from AI blindly because it changes the way that the code is written. And we can also, after we run the code and we get the numbers, we paste the output, and we ask for AI help because there's a lot of numbers, a lot of dimensions, recognize patterns and point divergency to us. So we have 5 dimensions in editors. Please tell me the interdimensional analysis. What do you think about this, that, or that number? One thing, or 2 things, or 3, that AI cannot do or should not do is to make methodological decisions for you. Usually, this is a research project. I'm a researcher as well, so the decisions are mine and ours when we are doing research. I want these dimensions measured. I don't care about other dimensions at the moment. I want these. And you can propose for AI, please explain the trade-offs. If I measure this, what am I missing? What should be one thing that would be an improvement in my definitions, and it can help with that. Know your data and replace domain expertise. So AI doesn't know what admin is, or what a patroller is, or if we are thinking about user rights, or what retained user, very active user. Those are definitions that are within the movement, but we do not have an official definition, and AI doesn't necessarily know that. You need to input that decision or that definition. And the most important thing, guarantee correctness. Every output, such as code, analysis, and narrative draft, requires human review. You cannot trust that there's no hallucination, and nobody knows your data, your community, your editor community better than yourself. So AI can produce plausible but wrong results, especially on edge cases. And I will quickly pass through this. So we have, I established like 4 steps. I usually do things in 4 steps. I don't know why. But the first one is to define. This is the workflow that we follow with AI helping us doing research. Define, state your question, and define each metric in plain language. What do you want? and AI can complexify and ask questions to clarify that. But then you do the building. So you first need to define your metrics before you try to measure it. That's a lesson for the foundation as well. Then you build your code. Ask AI to build the code, review, and test each output. Not to AI review it, but you review the code, you review the output, and test and paste into AI. Then you go to the third step, that is interrogate. When numbers look wrong, ask AI to explain, not just fix the code, fix the function. Explain to me why this number is wrong. Is it wrong, or is it something that the edge case is relaying to me? And fourth, write. That share the outputs with AI. You do not ever paste your user data, your editor's data into AI. This is sometimes has sensitive information like full name that we had in our database. So what you paste is the definition, the example of a model of the way that your data is stored in your database or in your spreadsheet with like anonymized example. Then you paste the output. The output is just numbers. I have these definitions, these metrics, and I paste the outputs with AI to identify possible inferences, and you correct domain errors, like definitions that the AI got wrong. And I don't think we have time for the practical part, but these slides will be ready for you. But I made a prompt for you to test with Claude. Claude is, you need a registration, but it's usually, this works with unpaid or free plan. Open Claude, write a prompt that say, I'm part of a Wikimedia affiliate. I want to use data to understand my question. Here I used editor behavior, but you can use whatever you want. I want to understand which activities engage more my users. I want to understand which events raise more money for donations and things like that. Specifically, I want to measure that metric. You define your metric. Using HubSpot's Jupyter Notebook, you can use whatever VS Code, you can use PyCharm, you can use any IDE you want. This one is open, it's on Wiki. And ask me for any clarification needed and indicate how my data input should look like. What the AI needs to in order to calculate the thing that you want. Answer the questions it will require of you, and then paste on the HubSpot or whatever IDE, go back to Claude and paste the outputs and ask for the inferences. And I think that's it. Yeah. The design firm.
The actual paper.
Yes. Let me find.
Because you described the whole process.
Yeah.
See the results.
What is the W? Let me see. So here is the paper. It's a 48 minutes reading diff post. But here we have the numbers of editors that we had in per activity. the number of reports that we analyzed, the number of unique editors throughout these 12 years, and the number of dimensions. Here are the definition of the dimensions, churn editor, retain editor, and so on for every dimension, a huge table. And we have the charts for it, for every dimension and every inference that we have. One that I really like is this one that is about the Sankey. Yes, this one that shows before the first activity, the number of editors in Wikimedia Brazil that didn't have any activity, didn't edit at all. And then they trickle down to other categories of people that edit at least once or 99 times, and go to the other categories. And that number decreases, and that's a good thing.
Amazing. This is on diff. He will edit into the slides, and this is a good example of where you could use Notebook LM to generate a small video at the beginning to make this report more accessible, just as an example. This is while SJ is setting up. Are there any questions to Eder? Yes. Eder, someone is asking, are there prompts available somewhere?
They will be. They are just being cleaned up, but they will be available in the diff post. There's the link for the GitHub repository, but the code will be added in the next few weeks. Thank you.
Any other? SJ is ready. SJ.
Thanks, Eder. As you were talking, I was thinking, oh, I should be running some cloud experiments. So I was in the middle of a cloud experiment. That was great. This is going to be a hands-on 10 or 15 minutes. So how many of you have used the AI source verification tool? Great. How many have you used other source verification tools that try to verify all sources in an article? So maybe 10 people in total. This is a lovely way to clean up articles about pages you care about. It's often a great way to find citations that applied at some point in the past and the text changed and the citation is still there. Most of these tools work with websites and they don't work with non-websites. But one of the things people are hacking on these weeks is fixing that. Thanks to the Internet Archive, we have access to a lot of the underlying sources. So that's one of the cool areas that you could help advance. We have people from both the archive and these tools here. AI source verification in particular is a tool that gives you a choice of a small number of open models. It will look at all the citations on the page, cluster them so it's only checking each site once, and then it will evaluate whether that seems to be an appropriate site for the text before it. There is a demo. I encourage everyone to go to that user page, follow the link in this QR code. It'll take you a minute to install the user script. And what you'll get is a set of evaluations. It will tell you how long it will take. It will say, oh, this article has 87 citations. It will take 4 minutes roughly. And right now we're using some shared Wikimedia compute on Hugging Face. Thanks, Wikimedia. But you can also give it your own API key if for whatever reason that's too slow or that times out. And the evals come with an explanation, and then you decide what to do. And right now it tells you, so it'll say, hey, there are 8 unique sources. We've clustered some similar sources. Do you want to continue? You can also just choose one citation. You can click on a link, click on the site, and ask it to just verify that claim. And if it doesn't find a URL in it, it will say, I don't see a URL, so I won't be able to evaluate it. And then what you'll see on the side is it will tell you there are 14 sources, and in this case, Parc de la Villette. Most of the sources were not on the web. So most of the gray ones that say unavailable, it just means couldn't find a URL. The 2 that had a web URL, the claim seemed to be supported. And then it shows you a little bit of commentary for each of the citations if you scroll down. Okay, so that's one. Please check it out. You can be playing with it. I also want to talk about tools you can use to find citations if there aren't sites. And that includes text that's uncited entirely, or maybe this kind of text where all the citations are to books, and it's a little bit hard for you to verify. And you want to know, are there other sites that I can use to confirm that those are reasonable? So this is the Archive Sources tool. It's a little bit newer. Has anyone seen this so far at Wikimania? Great. How many people are using it? 1, 2, 3. So it was shared around as a demo, and now it's available online. Anyone can use it. We've been hammering on it a bit over at the AI Fringe today, and you can just log in, universal password, knowledge for all. This takes text, give it any text, and it will try to find you sources in the Internet Archive's collection, specifically all the works that are in Internet Archive Europe. And it will say, here are top N references that seem to be talking about what's in the article. Here are and then it tries to extract claims in the text you include. It will say, there seem to be at least 10 claims. These are the 10 most salient claims in this text. So I gave it some text about Parc de la Villette. There actually are very few citations in this lovely article. We're hanging out in the park now. I encourage people to help find and add sources. And so it says, okay, here are some basic claims. And if you run this yourself and you scroll down, it does show you a number of sources that are clearly talking about Villette. They don't quite say what's in each of these sentences. And so if it doesn't find anything that's an exact match, it will just say no supports and no refutes. But it will also, it will let you iterate and ask for more details. And then it will show you all the sources themselves in a large snippet from each source. So let's take a few minutes and try it for yourself. Find an article about your hometown. Try the source verification script. Question?
Are there any language limitations? Or does it only work in English?
There are the language limitations that are implied by Qwen 3. So the default model right now is Qwen 3. There are a few others. They work pretty well because they're multilingual models. You should try it in your native language, but
it understands other languages, but it does only find sources in English.
correct. Sorry. Yes. Right now it's looking for English sources. That is a great thing to fix. And again, both Alex Ostrovsky and Louis Villa, who are working on it this week, are around, so you can find them and submit requests. You can also go to the GitHub repo and submit issues. You will get a response within the day. So since we have a very multilingual audience, you can see what happens when you try this for an article about your hometown in your native language. And then once you install the script, you get this verify tab next to the talk tab on every page. See what you find. And then see if there are any blocks of uncited text about the same article. And you can check to see what archive sources says. Now, archive sources, these are complementary in a way. Archive sources will find you mostly sources from books. They're not finding you sources from the web. So if you found sources from archive sources, you would not be able to check them with Source Verifier yet. Are there questions about either tool? If there are no questions, I may do it while people are doing it for a few minutes. Yes?
Where does it look for sources? I mean, is the open internet?
It is looking through the works that are held by Internet Archive Europe. So it's looking through the books and articles, largely articles, that are in the Internet Archive, but not the web. Yeah, so Internet Archive Europe is now a European sister organization to Internet Archive US. And it has a similar, very large collection of digitized print materials, including most of the scholarly literature and a large collection of books.
personality is unhappy.
Thank you.
When I try to follow the
Just discuss. If you do a presentation of these features, could we upload it with a free license or not cover? So it's free with free license. The results.
which one? Yes.
Okay, it's not copyrighted and we hope that we use free sources, but that's what you Okay, but we can. Okay. Yes, but
So can it see any link?
yeah. Okay.
Well, this doesn't have Google is picking it up. Let's see, can you just go to drive the Google?
Yes, the creator can only be human.
I just want to go back to
No, but I can imagine. Okay. Thank you.
We have a question in the chat.
Yes, what's the question?
Someone is asking.
You done?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Question from the chat.
Yes, what's the question?
Articles, claims, or sources processed entirely in the browser. And saying if someone provides an API key, is inference dispatched from client?
It is not being processed in the browser. The question is what happens, where does the API key go?
The question is, article claims sources process entirely in browser.
Microphone. Needs to be mic'd.
So there is a question from the chat. One participant was asking if articles, claims or sources are processed entirely from the browser. And for example, they say if someone provides an API key has reference, does it dispatch from client? I think they're talking about the browser, right?
I see. Got it. The processing is not happening in the browser. These are both server-based tools. The source finder is running on one of the Internet Archive servers in Europe, and the claim checker is sending the queries to Hugging Face, and so the query is being processed by a model that is hosted somewhere else.
Is that it?
I think that's it. Thank you, everyone. I'm curious to hear. Are there any insights or quick feedback from people who tried this? And do you have some immediate bug reports or?
It's something I got wrong in an article I wrote, so that's good.
Aha! Great.
All right, thanks everyone. This is going to be hands-on, hopefully, for all of you. I'm going to talk about agentic. So how many people here have heard agentic AI before? Good. How many people here have a GitHub account, by the way? Most of you. So if you don't have one, you might want to start making one, because we're going to depend on GitHub today to show you how this works. So earlier when we had the AI pre-conf, I tried to describe the evolution of these technologies as going from prompt engineering to even loop engineering, And now we're talking about harness engineering. And when we talk about the harness, we're talking about all the things that surround your agent, right? So I'm going to show you today how to use PyDev. So you might have used Claude, you might have used Codex, you might have used anti-gravity from Google. Pi is fully open source, so if anything that we're talking about with agentic is going to someday live on our servers in the Wikimedia sphere, it's got to be fully open source. So I decided better eat our dog food now and learn the best open source tools. So PyDev is pretty much the one that's out there. It's very minimal. You can customize it to your heart's delight. And then we're going to talk a little bit about how you can surround that with better resources to make it more full-featured, so that might look more like what you're used to on Claude or Codex. And then we're going to do live demo by visiting my GitHub repo. And how many people here have used code pages before on GitHub? Probably no one. Well, some of you. Good. So I don't know if you know, but if you're a GitHub user, you can actually spin up a whole virtual machine that has like 2 CPUs, 32 gigs of RAM, and run stuff on it. It's a little bit mysterious how you do this, but I'll show you how to do that today. And you can run your own instance of PyDev and maybe even make a web app in like 30 seconds. That's the hope. But the cool thing is, if you don't succeed, that's a great argument for maybe we should have a facility on the Wikimedia servers that allows you to do this easier, right? So let's go ahead and try this, or describe how this works. So we talk about the harness, right? So PyDev is the agent at the heart of the harness, and we'll show you some examples of that. How many people here have used Cori or Pause before on Wikimedia servers? So not that many of you. So some of you may know that we have free computing on Wikimedia servers in the form of Cori to do SQL queries. And Pause is like a Python Jupyter notebook where you can run Python code, do big data. It's great, but a lot of people don't know about these. So the third leg of the stool might be some kind of AI facility that we'll show you today that allows anyone with a Wikimedia account to click a button and say, let's start playing with an agent or AI harness. All right, so in the absence of something that does work right now with one click, we're going to show you how this works on GitHub. And basically, I've set up an environment, so if you go to this GitHub location while you're logged into your GitHub account, you can, in fact, click on this button that says Open in GitHub Code Pages, and it'll take a little while to actually kick up and get things working, but it will eventually launch a VM with a blinking cursor there, like you have a shell ready in a VM, and we can start playing together. So if you haven't already, go to your GitHub, or log into GitHub, make sure you're logged into GitHub, and then go to that link there. If you don't want to type in all that stuff, go to that Etherpad right there. Almost all these links are at the bottom of that Etherpad. So the Etherpad is w.wiki/S, lowercase f, lowercase z, the number 2. So if you go there, you can actually just click on github.com/falsetto/pi-agent-test. And when you do that, hopefully you will see something that looks like this. Okay, so I'm just going to show this real quick to make sure you see what it looks like, but let's go back to that screen so you know what it looks like. Let's see. Yes, so you're going to go to github.com/falsetto/pi-agent-test. So some of you might still be creating your GitHub account, that's fine. It's better for not all of you to hit create a VM at the same time, probably. So if you are on that page that says open in GitHub Codespaces, click on the black button, and hopefully you'll see a little spinning thing saying, okay, wait, I'm starting up your virtual machine. It's pretty cool that these companies are giving away free compute. Like they're trying to compete with each other to say, use us, use us, use us. So the free tiers are pretty good here. All right, so we're going to be using a lot of free tiers today. Hopefully you have a Google account as well. I think most of you have a Google account. This is, okay, so that's great, because that's exactly why maybe the Wikimedia service should have a compute facility, so you don't have to worry about, do you have Google, do you have Microsoft, do you have blah, 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 right? So you can use your Google account for most of you, but you can also sign up for Open Router if you don't have an Open Router account, or any of the free services out there. The key is if you have any kind of open LLM inference point, you can just use it. And that's the beauty of the Pi agent, is it uses anything you can throw at it. And it's not going to lock you into one vendor, okay? So this does depend on GitHub, which is a property of Microsoft. It does depend on this example of Google, but you can use any inference provider you want. If you know of an open one from Public AI, is Sam here? Yeah. So the Swiss folks have a free one, right, with Apertus. So you can sign up for that one and use that as well. But out of the box, PyDev supports like Google, Anthropic, those big ones, okay? Has anyone got the VM running yet? Raise your hand if you've got it running. Kind of, yeah, it takes a while. It's a big VM. It's a lot of people starting it up at the same time, right? The key here is that after you click on the open in GitHub code spaces, you should see, there's a bigger screen, something like this. So it says terminal right there, and you should have a blink, like a $sign right there. So we're not going to make you experts in Unix or Linux or anything like that, but all you need to do is just see a $sign and a little black box there. That's your terminal user interface, and we'll show you how to start up Pi after that. So I'll give you some time to look into that. Let me see if I can do this at the same time while you're doing all this. Okay, so if I copy this, I'm going to go back to my kind of brand new repo here. I say open in GitHub code spaces. It's spinning, it's spinning, it's spinning. Oh, say create code space, like that. So while that's going on, I'll come back to this page here. Oops, where is it? Here it is. So the key here is that after we have that login, you're going to just type in Pi, because I've already kind of configured it for you there. And the two things you need to do when you log into Pi is you need to sign in with an API key. Okay, so this is where the Google account comes into play. Again, many companies are competing for your eyeballs, so most of these folks have a pretty good free tier of an inference provider, as we say. So when you log into Google, it'll say, okay, give me your API key. That stands for Application Programming Interface. This is like a big, long, ugly string of letters and numbers. It's what we call a token. You can go to aistudio.google.com and get a free one. This is assuming you're logged into Google already. All right, so if you go to AI Studio, which I very highly recommend you play with, even if you don't want to support the big, gigantic company, this is the state of the art. Go to aistudio.google.com. There's a little button in the upper right-hand corner that says get an API key, generate one, and it says big, long string of letters, and then you can paste it in there, and then you've now given it your API key. After that, and I'll show you this in a second, you can type in /model, like what model are you going to use, and then when you do that, Google's going to give you like 15, 20 options. It says, we got a lot of stuff here. Some are slow, some are fast, some are expensive, some are cheap. This is pretty much your best bet for most models these days. If you see like a Flash, Light, latest, this is a very confusing world out there, right? You've got things like Qwen 3B, Coder 27B, blah, 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 and you're like, ow, what do you do with this stuff? So I'm just going to recommend you go with Gemini, Flash, Light, latest. Free, pretty fast, pretty cool, useful, right? So then, and I'll hopefully show you this to you soon, you can type in a prompt. So here's my prompt that I used. It says, can you create a quick dashboard web app that can analyze a Wikipedia article and show a gallery of all the images on it in a Pinterest type way, make sure the implementation is all contained in a single HTML file. And it can do a fully usable web app in about a minute. And it's pretty cool, right? So let's go ahead and take a look and see where we are with the other demo here. Oh no, took too long to respond. Let's try it again. Are you folks getting the same thing? Ooh, slow. All right, we'll keep cranking. Yeah, everyone's doing the same thing. The Wi-Fi is not the most impressive thing here, but. Yes, I can believe it. All right, so let me show you what it created, though. So if all goes well, and I said, make a Pinterest-style browser for something, I thought this is pretty cool. So you can actually go in there and I say, like, Taj Mahal. It'll go to the Taj Mahal article in Wikipedia, it'll grab all the images, and then make a gallery like that for me. It's kind of fun. So if you want like a visual look at an article, there you are. Anyone want to type in something? Let's say Angkor Wat. Okay, so basically what it's doing is using as a proxy for what are really good images for a particular topic. Well, if it's used as an image in the article, it's probably been vetted by a lot of folks. It's probably proven to be useful and relevant to this topic. So you can imagine that this is kind of a neat way to see like the best images that we have in Wikipedia for any given topic, right? And then what I can do with the agent is said, well, it would be kind of nice if it's not just one-off. If I could click on, let's say, Theravada Buddhist temple, and it goes to that article and then does the same thing with that article, and I can keep surfing through Wikipedia in kind of a graphical way or a visual way. That'd be kind of cool, right? So you can keep interacting with your agent to improve your app here. And then I would also, with my agent, say, can you get rid of the P in the upper left-hand corner? That seems like a trademark violation for Pinterest. So that would be another thing I would interact with my agent too. So let's see if it has actually worked this time. Okay, still setting up my code space. Does anyone get into their code space yet? Yes? Yeah, but it's pretty slow. It's slow, I know. So exactly this. So there's a point that I knew that a lot of you would fail, not because you're not good, but because if we are depending on the infrastructure of commercial providers as kind of a free tier, best effort, if I only had the computing, I'll give you a chance to do it. The really great thing about services like Quarry and Pause that were created by UV Panda, if anyone knows UV Panda, he was passionate about democratizing tech and giving these capabilities to not technical people, right? So I think giving this ability to spin up a VM and run and play with these AI tools to create really cool apps like what I just showed you in a matter of seconds would be a great thing to have in our movement, right? It would empower a lot of folks who have ideas on what to do, but the path between idea and implementation is now, 5 centimeters rather than 5 miles, which is where it is right now, right? So I'd love to see many more experiments like this where you have an idea and you want to try it out, and we've got the platform to do it, right? But let me see if I can show you one that's working here, just to give you an idea. Okay, well, this is kind of what it looks like. If it does spin up correctly, this is what it's going to look like. Oh, no. Same thing, right? Oh, no, restart the code space. And I do wonder whether it sees all these requests from one IP that starts going, I'm going to start restricting some of the stuff going on there. Any insights from folks who have tried the same type of thing? Again, there's many different ways of doing this. I just showed good GitHub code spaces. Hugging Face has a whole other implementation called Spaces where you can run stuff. Okay, wow, it came back. Cool. All right, so this is kind of what looks like, if anyone's ever heard of VS Code from Microsoft. VS Code is kind of like the most popular development environment that anyone uses, which is amazing because it's a Microsoft product, and it's VS stands for Visual Studio, which is like an ancient product from Microsoft. But anyway, this is what VS Code kind of looks like. And then the terminal down there gives you ability to type in commands. And what we're doing is basically, when GitHub gives you this facility, we're running Pi, which is that open source agent inside of it. And then that agent can interact with an LLM, which we're using Google for. And the key for the agents is that they can respond to what we call tool calling. So this is the big development that's happened in the last number of years, is that not only can you ask an LLM, what's the capital of Nebraska, you can say, I want to do X, and you're allowed to send me commands I will execute, like write a program, or delete a file, or visit the web, right? So that's what we call tool calling. Not all models support this, but the most advanced ones you can say, give me all the commands I need to implement a website, and it'll send you all the commands, and then now your agent on your computer will execute them, which is powerful but scary as hell at the same time, right? Because one of those commands could be delete all files in your folders, right? So that's why the safety and the ability to run these in safe environments is really important. That's why we're doing this on a container on GitHub. I could have asked you all on your laptops to install PyDev, which I encourage you to try, but it's also very dangerous because if you type the wrong thing, your computer is blotto and all your files are missing, right? So yeah, it's what we call YOLO mode in PyDev. The developers even call it YOLO mode. They said, we by default, it's YOLO. It's anything and everything can happen to your laptop, right? So we're still waiting for this to start up. But in the absence of this starting up, let me just show you what it looks like when it has, so this is Pi running on my computer. So this is yellow mode on my computer here. And what if I did want to go in and use that prompt? So let's go back to our prompt. I will copy this whole thing here. This is my prompt. Okay, so I'm using a slightly different product, or a different model. I'm using DeepSeek V4 Pro. Has anyone heard of DeepSeek before? What do you know about DeepSeek? It's from China. It's dirt cheap. It's like 1/100th the price of Claude. And it's decent. What's that? It's open weights, that's right. There's a distinction between open weight and open source. Open weights means that you can download DeepSeek and run it on your own computer systems if you want, which is pretty amazing. Okay, so this is DeepSeek V4 Pro. If this was running correctly, you would go in and do that, and then it would actually start cranking through and showing you its train of thought. Okay, so the user wants to a single file like that. It's going to look at what it knows about the REST API. It's going to use the API call. You can see that it's actually cranking through and saying, I'll use this API call, I'll get the images. I love this because you can see exactly what it's doing. And it's not just a black hole and you get the site back. You're seeing its logic here, right? And then it's actually making like a JSON data structure to hold the information about the image. So you can see its train of thought. And then hopefully at the end it'll spit out a file that you can actually load up in your browser. So let's take a look and see. This is the live demo. For better, for worse, there it is. So this is now it's creating the JavaScript. You can see it right there. There's a CSS that'll style the site. And then it's showing you how it's like finding the thumbnails from Commons, right? So it doesn't have to do all the resizing on this side. It can pull the right size file from Commons to save space. And then there's the assumptions for the gallery code. Okay, it says no more planning. I'm really going to write the code. And then for most people who use LLMs, this is kind of medium speed. The ones you pay more for are going to go really fast. But this one is a little bit slower. But I also like this because you can actually read it while it's doing it, and you can kind of audit it. So I almost want it to slow down and not be so fast in what it does. And then the one thing to note about the interface here is that this shows you the context window right here. A lot of the LLMs used out there are going to be in the area of like 100,000 tokens. This one's 1 million tokens. So that's one of the nice things about DeepSeek and these new ones is you can just keep stuffing things in the instructions and they'll still work. Whereas the other ones, after maybe 5 or 6 exchanges, you need to start resetting a lot of the things that you're telling it. All right, so now it's writing a file. You can see it here. It's writing the wikipix.html file. It's done all that thinking. It's done all the refinement. And it's putting it there. And I hope it'll work when we load it up.
So you let it write on your computer?
Yes. In this case, yes. If, as Eder said, if I'm doing anything about credit card info or personal information, I'd be like, no, I don't want it to work in that environment. But for this one where I'm prototyping like web apps where there's no real pulling in of PID, then yeah, I'll let it do its thing here. But I highly recommend people can run it in a container or something more, more safe. That's right. Okay, so I was very insistent on putting it on one file, which is probably why it's taking a long time. It's putting all of it into one file. The cool thing about this, I've done it before, if it's doing it in a better format where it's splitting it up into little modules, like if it uses Node or JavaScript, you can actually, after it's done, say deploy to ToolForge, and it can actually go in and deploy it all to ToolForge. So we have ways of doing that. Okay, so what is it doing now? Fix a small redundant line and preview it. Ooh, it's previewing it. All right, let's try it. I know, I'm getting nervous. Is it gonna work? Oh, no, typo. All right, not bad. Slow, but it's getting in there. I like the interface of the other one that it built better. So this one is just very much a black background. It's just loading the images. It's not even putting the lead paragraph of the article up there. It's just really grabbing the images. So that's a little bit, that's interesting. The model you use will affect how it kind of thinks of the user interface at the beginning. I used Google Gemini, was it? Was I used Gemini? Yeah. So Gemini is pretty good. This one is DeepSeek. It's just giving you very basic stuff. But that's not bad, right? You type it in, you watch it program, and there you are. And you can now say, could you preserve the lead paragraph and bring it up there and start refining it? Okay, so I encourage you to play with PyDev. We are actively trying to propose that what if we had this facility so that we're not requiring you to use GitHub or install stuff on your laptop, which is dangerous. But what if you could be put at this prompt with one click of a button when you go to like pi.toolforge.org and start hacking away. All right, that's it. Thank you.
So first of all, thanks Andrew and SJ and Eder for their, I would say, constant inspiration. And we just want to have some moment for your questions and your queries and your ideas. So go ahead.
I was just going to say mic horizontal because otherwise it's hard to hear you for the online world.
Okay. Anything else? Any comments? Any questions? Any queries? You had your hand raised?
Mic horizontal, please, everyone. Thank you. Two things actually, like that. Okay. First of all, how you said that this is an agentic framework, and it basically looked very similar to a chat interface that throws out a file. So where were the agentic parts in this demo? And the second one afterwards.
So ask the question and then he can reply. No, ask.
Okay. And the second one is just a small remark. One area where AI was really tremendously helpful for me was refactoring old templates, like from the early 2000s, with inline CSS and all this stuff, especially when it comes to adopting the dark mode, which happened in the last years. AI really helped to pull out all these inline CSS files and put them and helped to analyze why things happened the way they did.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think chat and agentic are not mutually exclusive in that sense. Like the chat could be the kickoff to doing a lot of agentic looping stuff underneath, right? So you could say, generate a bunch of tests, like make a spec, generate a bunch of tests that prove that it meets the spec, and now go off and try, right? And then the agent will keep going and going and going, test. So yeah, the chat interface could be the thing that kicks off the agentic loops that are underneath it, right? So it really just depends on what you put in that prompt in the chat of how you want to manage the process. And that's where a lot of the other interesting things that are happening with agentic harnesses, as we'll say, right? You can actually bring in personas. So some folks are doing kind of like adversarial type of programming, saying you can have a software engineer, developer, security engineer, and they all are debating whether the code meets that standard and pushing and pulling, which is kind of neat to see some of those projects, yeah.
Any other questions for SJ, for Eder? Silent room. Everyone wants to go to lunch. So with that, we thank you very much, and we hope that you used the tool and that you found it useful, and hack away. Yay.
That was very rare. Yes.
Well, it didn't work, but I wanted to.
Peut-on commencer maintenant? Yeah. Bonjour, on va commencer la session si vous voulez ce soir. Ah. Ouais. All right. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, actually, at Wikimania 2026 in Paris, France, to talk about a topic that actually a few people talk about now. Many people are interested on how AI work, how fancy things it can do, how is it working well, developing tools and developing outputs, images for the community. But no one thinks about how we can actually control that to get the best output ever. So actually our session title is AI, Automation and Human Judgment, Safeguarding Reliability in the Age of Generative Tools. All right, how it all started. So actually we were last year in Nairobi, Kenya. Actually we were discussing a bunch of stuff how we can use LLMs all around. And actually in the hackathon of Wikimania 2025, we were thinking about using LLM-based algorithms that infers transliteration of proper names using fine-tuning from Wikidata query output. So I met Atul. Atul is a geek, really. And actually he helped me develop all that stuff. But actually we did not get it as we expected. Actually this is the input. This is my name and my citizenship. I'm from Tunisia, by the way. And the expected output is all that string on the right. But actually we got only the letters in green right. And all the other letters are wrong for some reason. And so when we debug that, we have found the following. There are too many variables. There is the choice of tokenizer and training model, the number of epochs for the fine-tuning. And all these change how the output is and how it works. Also the prompt template, how you formulate the right prompt to get the final result that you expected. Also the model. Not all models are trained on the same data, and thus they cannot provide the same output with the same quality. So the end result of this is that we need to report how algorithms and tools use LLM, or a mess will occur. Then I met Samuel G. Klein, who was here. I talked to him about what happened to the hackathon, and he said that we need some transparency around. And he proposed that a database should be there to define tasks, resources, algorithms, parameters, settings, usages, and models for AI applications, so that we can regulate how AI is used in Wikipedia and sister projects. So we are all here to convince you that this is the right way to go. All right, in order to do that, we will have 3 other panelists that I'm honored to present, and who will actually explain to you what is the situation right now, how people are perceiving the AI ecosystem in the Wikimedia projects, and our solution to that problem. So we will have first Mr. Ilario Valdeli, who will explain how things should occur, how AI and Wikipedia and sister projects should interact. The title of his session is Collective Intelligence versus Artificial Intelligence. Then we will have Mrs. Anwesha Chakraborty and Mrs. Neta Hussain, who will talk about how the community perceives the use of AI in Wikipedia projects. And then we'll have Mr. Samuel G. Klein, who will talk about the good practices for working with AI on the wikis based on bunch of discussions we
have gone through Wikimania 2025 and after Wikimania 25 until today. So now I leave the floor to Mr. Ilario Fratelli, who will explain how AI models should interact with the Wikimedia ecosystem. The floor is yours.
Thank you.
After this, here to move.
Second. Okay. Very simply, I report what we wrote in this white paper. We just published some days ago, and now we'll make public. In sense that it's already in Commons, but if you don't publish in somewhere, some village pump remains hidden. We had this round table about collective intelligence versus artificial intelligence. I discovered afterwards that this Pierre Levy wrote a book about collective intelligence before the creation of Wikipedia. So it's very interesting how he was visionary. Basically, the white paper presented the 3 knowledge loops and how these knowledge loops are evolving and the impact generated in Wikimedia projects. The first knowledge loop is search era. So Google, people searching in Google, finding keywords, or finding, using keywords, finding references, arriving to Wikimedia projects. Second knowledge loop, when there were the social media. In this case, let's say, social media didn't match with the Wikimedia project a lot. Why? Because social media wanted the retention of people. They don't like to release people to references, external references. So it means we lose the new editors, and this is basically the first loop. The second loop, we lost the new generation because new generation liked more social media than Wikimedia projects, and this is the third era, AI loop, where we don't have the close of the loop. So you have an answer that is itself quite, looks quite complete. You are satisfied, you don't go next to search. And this is the current situation. If you see bot traffic is growing, exaggeratedly. So basically Wikipedia starts to be read by machines instead by people. It means that there is nothing back as a human that can contribute to Wikimedia projects. Yes. And basically we say the paradox of open. Everything is open. Artificial intelligence can use, okay, but they consider that open is free, while the concept is not that. There should be something back. I like a lot these Latin words, do ut des. It means I give so that you give. I receive something, I should give back something, but the new era, the third knowledge loop, doesn't close this circle because doesn't give back nothing. Is basically, we say, the extraction. So it's not reciprocity, extract content, reuse content, it doesn't give back. So the risk is to have these dark commons, okay? So hidden, we lose visibility, to risk to be invisible layer, but dark commons is stronger. And it's not just Wikipedia, every other project has this problem, OpenStreetMap, KDA, GNOME, publishers, also normal publishers. And so this idea is to say, okay, we have this loop, extractive, should be reciprocal here. the best is to have a generative flow. So artificial intelligence giving back some traffic, or giving back, using references, some people that can continue to contribute, because the real problem is really, if I don't close the loop, no one generates new content, and the risk is that this content starts to collapse. These are the postures we presented in this white paper. So we can take different approaches. We can be defensive. We said, okay, we remain as is. We block agent, for instance, but it's not the good approach, because at long basically is a low decline, to go down. What we propose is an active stance, so to do something more than passively accepting AI and remaining in this situation. These are basically the three guiding principles. So protect collective intelligence, reciprocity, and shape the ecosystem. So basically the third is stronger. We ask to big players, to players of AI, to recognize that the knowledge commons has an important role inside their ecosystem. Okay? It's not sufficient to have only data center, to have a GPU, but they need the knowledge commons. Okay? It's the fuel for them. And if they don't recognize this role, is exactly using, extracting, and not giving back. I finished my one. And now is your turn. E questo.
Okay. Okay, all right, so thanks for being here. I was hoping more people would be here, but this is also perfectly fine. I'm going to present the research that I'm carrying out currently with Neta Hussain, who is right there. And you will be sharing the slides, right, or they are going to be available. That's great, because the link there leads you to the MetaWiki page of our project. It was funded last year by the Wikimedia Research Fund, and it should end by February 2027. And what we set out to do last year, and of course things have changed a lot in the meantime, is, what are the volunteer perspectives on the use of generative AI in their day-to-day workflows? So moving on. So the context in which we wrote this project, and of course it keeps becoming more and more relevant it has become more and more relevant over the last year or so. When we wrote this project, actually, the generative AI overview still did not appear before the Wikipedia page when you did a Google search. So I think the project became more relevant as we went along. So as I think the context is very well known to all the people here, which is that Wikipedia is both a knowledge source for LLMs, and also it's a platform where contributors increasingly are using different tools for a wide variety of reasons and wide variety of functions and activities. So the core problem that we identify is that Wikipedia both trains AI and is increasingly edited with AI. I'm using AI. When I say AI, I mean generative AI. Just wanted to keep the slides crisp. So the research question that we started out, and it continues to be relevant, is how do Wikipedians understand and negotiate with generative AI their own workflows? So the current empirical base that we have is we carried out 25 in-depth interviews with different people from different language communities, especially the languages that both me and Neta can speak. We have also identified 433 tagged quote excerpts from these interviews, and Neta has also identified 151 secondary sources for a follow-up content analysis, and these include diff blog posts, MetaWiki, and talk pages, and also media outputs on this topic, which also have increased over the last year. So very quickly going through the data set, this is what we have done in terms of interviews, and the findings that I'll show you are directly linked to these interviews. So 7 of these interviews are in Bangla, which is my mother tongue, and 5 with people from the English community, 5 in Malayalam, 4 in Italian, which is my third language somehow, 3 with the Swedish community, and 1 in Telugu. And I'm not going to go too much into details with the methods, but please feel free to ask me how we identified the people to talk to, etc. These are pretty standard sociological research methods that we have employed. And of course, interestingly, what we found, this is a topic which is quite sensitive, so we ensured that we had anonymized, that we anonymize all participants' testimonies, and we carried out these interviews with informed consent, and they are stored quite safely. And of course, we also provided a gift card to our participants if and when if they wanted it. I will move very quickly to the 3 findings because there's not too much time, and I really hope that we can have a conversation about this because we are still in the process of writing the paper and also to make other types of contributions. So the very first one, the very first finding that comes through from our interviews is that the community thinks and firmly believes that AI is not something new, but generative AI definitely changes the boundaries of Wikipedia-related work. I keep using Wikipedia because we made it a point to talk to mostly Wikipedians and people with fair, let's say, number of years of experience so that they could speak about the different activities that they're doing with AI. So the thing that most respondents mentioned is that, of course, there are many different types of AI use which have been taking place in the community for a long time with bots like ClueBot, etc., edit filters, content translation tools. But the shift that has happened with generative AI is that it has become from an assistive infrastructure to something who is the author really of these articles now when generative AI can do the work so swiftly and people in many communities are using them. So what changes with LLMs is that earlier automation often worked in the background, whereas LLMs intervene directly into the visible editorial labor. And here we have a quote that as long as the content is good, it is there. If the content is bad, they will pay. These are, of course, sometimes we just translated directly from the quotes in different languages. This is something that we also need to think about the translation. So what that quote really means is that if the content is bad, then it doesn't matter if it's generated by LLMs or not. It'll go away, it'll be deleted. The second finding, which is of course I think most important and something that most people agree with, is the issue of trust at the level of sources, because we are all worried about how much LLMs hallucinate, and I think almost everyone here who works with AI will know these problems. Like one South Asian contributor said that it just made up fake books and fake papers, complete with the name of a journal. And yeah, we are getting AI generated content and putting references to another AI generated content, and it is a vicious cycle. So what we also found here in this case, because as you saw already in that second slide, that we spoke with people from different language communities, and these are language communities which cut across well-resourced languages like English and Italian, although maybe the Italians will say English is of course way more well-resourced, but still. And then we have medium-sized languages like Bangla, we have also smaller languages like Malayalam. So we also found really a lot of differences in between these different language groups, because for small and medium-sized languages, there's the additional burden of verification falling on a very small number of patrollers, a very small number of administrators. So they said that now there's a deluge of content being created, especially in certain communities. There are essay writing competitions to have young people participate more, contribute more, but then they are almost all AI generated, and therefore the administrators are really facing problems. So that's the asymmetry of effort would be the bottom line of this particular finding, which is it takes only seconds to generate and then hours to verify. And the third most important finding is about language equity. And here again, it's a much more complicated debate than just an easy yes or no or positive or negative, because on the one hand, there were people who were very enthusiastic about the fact that now with generative AI, for extremely small languages, and it would be easier to generate a lot more content and even be hopeful, optimistic about their existence on Wikipedia. At the same time, as we know, most of these language models are trained on extremely focused global north data sets, which also meant that there is, and I think we heard a lot yesterday about decontextualization of knowledge in the keynotes. So we saw that also when we spoke to the community members. So there were a lot of language-specific errors when generating text in languages which are poorly resourced. So unfamiliar syntax, semantic drifts, a style which reads like it's in English, but it gives you a different language. So we have a very pretty funny quote here, which says that in Telugu it was translated to Mariyu, which is not even a real word in the language, but it just generated new words, basically. So I would also like to bring up one of the concerns that came up from the Bengali community, that there are people who are really worried that since the younger generations now are using generative AI tools to retrieve information in general, then they are worried that there will be a decline in the quality of language and quality of use of language itself because of this ridiculously vicious cycle. So, and of course, I think that's more or less, so I will end this now, and I will leave you with these three particular points. So these are not researched, let's say, hypothesis, but these are reflections from the interview, which I thought I'll share with the community, because just to, be a bit provocative and also to have a conversation. So the first one, as I think, the first one was pretty clear also from the presentation, that there are very strong differences between both positive, negative perceptions between small, medium, and high resource language communities. We definitely perceived a more positive outlook towards generative AI interestingly, from the smaller and medium-sized language communities, because they were quite optimistic about what these tools can do. And I would say that kind of also links to the second and third reflections. We also found differences in perceptions between age cohorts. The younger people were generally more likely to be enthusiastic about generative AI tools. And most importantly, because I'm a sociologist of technology, so I want to mention the third point, which is that there is definitely is very categorical. There is, I would say, from my own impressions here, that we need to understand the sociocultural conditioning about technologies also in different contexts, because it seemed quite clearly so sometimes that South Asian contributors, which is a very young part of the world with a median age of 27 or even less, lots of male contributors, by the way, also, they were very optimistic about generative AI tools. On the other hand, when we spoke with the Global North participants, also coming from a very long tradition here of being very critical of emerging technologies, etc., which is there in the social, let's say, social fabric of Europe. I've been living in Europe for a long time, and this is something that I face all the time about being very enthusiastic or not about new technologies. So I would also say that this is something that we can think about as a community, about the differences in perceptions. And with that, that's it. I think that's all. But yeah, I have recently written a book also about this topic, and please feel free to contact me because I would really love to talk to all of you about this.
Thank you. Thanks. Let's see. Oh, thank you. Okay, so a complement to all these things we've been talking about is if you're going to deploy some AI tool in your own workflows and it's going to touch anything on a wiki, even if it's a talk page or a research page or drafts in your user space, but also if it's going to be a cleanup bot that's trying to work through a backlog, how do you do it? Different wikis have different approaches. Some wikis, like English Wikiversity, are enthusiastic about people experimenting with new tools. Other wikis, like English or German Wikipedia, they were very against the idea that any tool would update anything in the main namespace, or maybe even a talk namespace. So we have started drafting at last Wikimania some guidelines. What are clearly defined, like what are the things that feel like they would make a successful tool? So we borrowed a lot of this from the workflows of the bot approvals group, which already deals with automation on the projects. Have clearly defined tasks, name single tasks, and evaluate your tool for that one task, not for a generic. Document things with a tool card. We proposed a simple standard for what a tool card could be, similar to model cards, but focused on the things that we care about on the wikis. Choose appropriate hosting, make it as open as possible. Same with your methods, make your methods open and reproducible. Make the data and the sourcing easy to inspect. Require some kind of approval, have an approval process. Make it start slow, get feedback. If people don't like it when you started slow, just don't do it, do something else. Keep humans in the loop. Always let humans easily shut down anything that's running with any kind of automation. And then be transparent about where data is coming from and where data is going. Those are most of the concerns that people have about automation. And then when it comes after deployment, continue to evaluate tools, evaluate them for drift in how they're being used or in how effective they are, and monitor. Like whoever is designing a tool like this should share responsibility in monitoring it, even if you're not the one running it all the time. So start narrow. You want concrete actions. You should include an evaluation for your task. How do you evaluate it? How can other people do it? And note which ones are active. For tool cards, we've been iterating on what a tool card should look like. We would love feedback. What do you want to see in a tool card? What is important to you when you evaluate something for use? The 4 categories we suggested so far, and Luis Villa demonstrated this with one of his tools. I'll show you a version for the AI logbot. What's the identity? Who made it? Who operates it? What system is it using? What tools does it have access to? How is it evaluated, and who is maintaining it? So here's an example for the AI logbot. Does anyone know about this bot? Fermi Bozan runs this as a way of checking for slop. It has not gone through bot approval process yet, but there's had been a consideration of it. I think this would be the first AI-related tool that went through the process. This one is interesting because it's not using an LLM for the edits. The edits are a deterministic script that is reading the outputs of an LLM tool. The LLM tool populates a database with some flags and says, here are some things that look suspicious. The other tool just reads the database, looks for positive flags, and sticks them on a wiki page. So there's no chance of weird hallucinations in the tool itself. It can only post updates from a table. Nevertheless, it's a workflow that includes LLM, so I would say these things apply. It uses DeepSeek. It posts to a specific subpage. For the system, the card would just quickly say, this is roughly what it does. There's an API query. It does a diff against changes since it last looked at a page. Then it writes to a wiki table with the outputs of some evaluation. Hosted on ToolForge, so the hosting's open. Data, again, only public data. It has guardrails. It can only edit one page. It's its own subpage. It has an ignore list, and it has its own rate limits. I would say this is a great example of how to trial something. For its evaluation, sorry, this typo. It only looks at positive flags, but so far no one has produced an eval. Like how do you evaluate false positives and negatives? You can see based on when it's been used whether things that were in its log actually get reverted. A lot of them don't. There are a lot of false positives, but it's very reproducible. And finally, you know who the operator is. You can talk to them. It's run by hand. That's an example that's hosted on WMF. I mean, the code itself is on a wiki page, but in general, you should try to host as much as you can internally. There are still things right now that community members use that can't be hosted on ToolForge. We've been having conversations here about expanding that and making it easier to host things on ToolForge. I think Christoph Henner was specifically tried to get certain tools to work on ToolForge, and there's an interesting Fabricator thread about should this be possible? And his point is he can definitely host it himself for $30 a month somewhere, but it would be nice to upgrade our shared workflow for privacy reasons, right? That like if it's not on our shared workflow, then we're trusting some user on some commercial third party. Again, use reproducible methods, of course. I would specifically say like design for the models to be swappable. Some of your tools and models won't be fully open yet. Just imagine there's going to be a process of becoming more open. Make it clear, spend an extra few minutes describing what the best open alternative was that you tested and why it didn't pass your own meta eval. Get community approval. This is just what it looks like. How many people have gone through bot approvals to try and get a bot passed? It's not bad. I recommend trying it once just for fun. Like write a small automation script and see what it's like. It's a good group. The people doing the approvals are great. We should see if they are comfortable doing this for AI tools because it's a great sub community. And finally, human oversight, of course, and in particular, have human oversight for some of the annoying details, like where is your data coming from? Where were your tools trained on? And are you sending any user data somewhere? If so, where is it going? And finally, for evaluation and monitoring, be clear about how evaluation is happening, if it's happening in an ongoing way, and then let someone else come in and run the eval, and say, and let people propose their own evals. I think something we don't have right now, if we have tool cards, could become more normal, is a person who wants to make sure AI tools are good can make a new eval for something like, is this tool totally hallucination free? And you could come in, like, I think a standard eval might be, try to elicit bad behavior. A standard kind of eval is elicitation. You could say, could I make your tool do a bad thing? By giving it writing a weird article. That'd be pretty cool. Okay, so there are lots of open questions. This is a meta page, very much wants feedback. It's been edited a lot in the last couple months. It's grown to twice its size. Should we use existing bot approvals? Right now we're trending towards just trying it for a couple of examples and see what happens. Do we want to incentivize, like, is one of the evals, how much context do you carry with you onto the wikis? So other people know exactly what was happening in your tool. I think that'd be nice. Right now people avoid capturing too much context because they don't want to have to fight about it. But I think it would be good to have the other alternative, the other social norm, where you tend to trust tools if they come with a lot of context. Thanks.
All right. So now it is time for Q&A. Actually, we have 15 minutes actually for open question and answer. We prepared some predefined questions in case no one asks anything, but we believe that you should ask questions, and we are all there, all the panelists, and Nate out also to answer your questions. So anyone would like to ask anything to the panelists? Yeah. All right. Here you are. All right.
Is this on? Okay. SJ, my question is for you. So I think we, in this movement, have a lot of tools. The tools often become deprecated and old, and there is not a lot of maintenance of the tools. And one of the more existential challenges that I think has come with this explosion of AI coded tools is a whole glut of new tools that may or may not exist. And I think the sort of AI-assisted coding is in its heyday right now, while it is still quite good and quite cheap to do that. And I am concerned that will not be the case in the future. And I guess, could you speak to what you see as the future for these glut of tools in 5 years from now, say? Yeah.
That was a pretty fine question, by the way.
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think there's a family of tools. A family of tools that we need are tools that make reviewing edits easier and faster. And a family of meta tools for coding are tools that make reviewing these kinds of new scripts easier. One thing that I can imagine that I hope for is that a lot of the single purpose tools that have overlap with one another could be harmonized more easily into libraries. And instead of having 15 tools with different maintainers and slightly different languages, you would say, okay, it would be really annoying for a person to harmonize these and like deal with everyone else's code, but it's not as hard to ask a coding agent to help bring it together into one family. And the family, whatever the final library is, will have some quirks, but those 15 tools also hit quirks. So now you have a different family of bugs to deal with, but not necessarily more bugs, and it becomes more maintainable over time. That's one way I can imagine the maintenance burden shifting. I don't expect that the cost of doing some kinds of coding are going to somehow get out of hand so that it will become inaccessible. But I think what we have to watch out for is we don't want it to become much easier to make bad code and much harder to review it, because like the bots have learned to make bad code whose PRs get approved. And that's the same problem we have with slop. And so I think there is this whole family of the family of research which we could really help push forward, which is how do you climb the hills that make review better faster than faking it.
Thank you. Any other question? All right. Okay.
This is for SJ. You talked about the importance of evals, which I completely agree. And one of the things that I think we lack are really good evals. Have you found a good way of getting the community involved in like making evals, right? Like how do we produce it? At one point we had staff members like hand labeling stuff, and it felt like really ridiculous because there's like 4 people in a room labeling stuff when there's this huge community with a broader perspective.
That's yours. You can pass it around the audience. That's a tough question. I think we should all learn to make evals. I think actually eval construction is one of the cheapest ways to apply leverage to AI and to influence the whole ecosystem, including the hyperscalers and the big labs. And we have a universe of hundreds of thousands of really talented people who also are on the ground and attentive to very precise areas where the things they care about map nicely onto an evals. But we probably need some kind of framework, process that this could be a tool, right? We could make a better eval construction experience. The one that I have used recently that is very community focused is called WeVal. And it's a website it's like for crowdsourced evals. It's run by the Collective Intelligence Project, lovely group. And it walks you through the process of making an eval, but it's a 7-step process. It feels a little, it's like the Nupedia of eval construction. And if we could make something like that, or even work with them to make like a really easy iterative thing where you just describe what's on your mind and you get an initial eval out, and then you can keep refining it and making it better. Then if we have 4 staff members, instead of doing labeling, they can be going through the stream of draft evals and saying, oh, that's interesting, here's how you can sharpen it into something that would be really impactful.
All right, anyone with another question? Yeah. Actually, we still have, I think, 15 minutes. So if anyone would jump in and ask anything.
Chris can lead us in making an eval.
Nope, won't be doing that right now. I would like to make evals.
That's good. I could make some points about the 2 questions if you want. Yeah, actually concerning the updating tools and something, most tools that are around that are hosted on ToolForge, that are the bots as well, mainly rely on a closed system. This means that they don't use an external thing, and they are containerized. So actually, if for example, they use some libraries that are old, they actually use all the old things that work together. And actually, once they are containerized, they will keep working until someone would like to add something new that is incompatible with the other thing. So actually, it can be this process, actually. It can be automated using AI or other stuff, and it can work somehow. The problem only is there where the tool or the thing that we are developing is relying on an API, and that API call or function that we are using got deprecated, and we need to update it so that it works again. So actually, there should be somehow a way to flag all these changes, all this shift in the ecosystem online, and actually fix that. All right, any question, or we should go through some predefined ones? All right.
There is a question online currently.
Yeah.
The FAA is currently not followed as intently as should be.
Yeah, here is the mic.
Yes, I'm told that the event EA wasn't being followed as much, unless you already addressed Sam Moulton's question, which may not be the case, but apparently, Anvisha, there's a question for you about participants seeing a deluge of AI-generated content. Did you learn how those editors were identifying which content was generated with AI?
That's a very good question. Actually, concerning AI, there is something called the AI footprint. So there are some words, actually there are many research, NLP research, natural language processing research around AI-generated content. And they actually got a corpus of AI-generated text and compared it with human text, and they saw that some adverbs, some adjectives, some verbs are much used extensively in AI, and normal people do not use them. So that's one way to get things. There are some ways, there are some corporations that are trying to do something like using some special characters to actually that are not visible to the human user, and that can be used also to flag AI things. But actually, this is not actually very common. Some people are trying to do that. You, for example, use a Synth AI, a project called Synth AI, but actually there is not quite extensive way of applying that in the real world. And actually, there is no awareness from a legal point of view about the importance of having that.
Okay, so thank you for that context. I'm sure it was helpful, but the question was directed at Anvisha, and I'm sure that the participants in the studies may have experience something differently. So you can
Yeah.
confirm or deny whatever.
Yeah.
you just said.
No problem. Yes, well, many of the things that Wikimania already mentioned are also true in this context. So, again, there's always, so when we spoke to these participants, this was over a period of November, well, actually no, between July 2025 and the last one that we did was February 2026. So of course things have really moved already ahead quite a bit. So I think our project will become a kind of a little piece of history about the initial days and months of generative AI, and this is always the problem of researchers working on these topics now. But anyway, so your obvious ones like long dashes, certain expressions in case of English or Italian, or even Swedish. Already some of the Italian and Swedish participants talked about how some of those expressions, they read like someone thinking in English wrote them in those languages. And then when we move to the South Asian languages, then let's say the distinction is even clearer, because I myself sometimes have to use for Bangla some of these tools, and they frame the sentences still, by the way, ridiculously. So no person in their right mind would speak like that or even write like that. So it's clear that they are, for example, in English in general we tend to apologize a lot. In Bangla, it's not the case. Yeah. But then, it apologizes so much, it looks ridiculous, and that's, that this was written by AI. So those kinds of things, of course, it would be so much fun to actually just have a short paper just on that. Let's see, how you can identify all the crazy things that AI is doing. At the same time, since I got the mic, I can also share with you that, interestingly, a lot of the South Asian contributors also said that they find Google Gemini and Notebook LM and these tools much more useful for translation purposes than, well, ChatGPT almost everyone said sucks for that. But so, I was wondering, because of course Google has created has already many years of infrastructure building in this area of machine translation, could be the reason why Google Gemini is preferred over some of these tools, by the way. But also if I didn't show that in the findings here, but people are using really all kinds of different tools. Sometimes even Wikipedia and other such tools. Of course, I won't name who is doing what, but yeah, we found the use of all kinds of, all the possible tools you can imagine, and even more and beyond.
Thank you. I think you made Sam Moulton very happy.
Thank you very much for the insightful answer. Any other question? Actually, we're still ahead of time. We have actually 6 minutes. We can take another question if you want. Yeah. Go on.
Thank you. This is Leanna from Wiki Education. I will just also sort of answer that other question, which is we run all of the students' edits that are being made on English Wikipedia from our program through an AI detection software called Pangram. And we've found that Pangram is highly effective at identifying AI drafted content. And so this has been a real key for us in helping head off poor usage of AI in Wikipedia writing. And I'm happy to talk more about that with anyone who's interested.
That's good. Any question? Any notes? Asaf?
I thought I could.
Yeah, it works.
I thought I could add a couple of comments about the tooling issue. I think that there's a connection to be made here between enthusiastic adopters of agentic AI who are looking for problems to solve, and the problem of neglected tools, out-of-date tools, tools that we just bit rotted. And all it takes is like a venue to make those connections, a place, a page, whatever, and one or two veteran developers to sort of shepherd the whole thing and mentor people when they, enthusiastically fix a tool and introduce new bugs, or are stuck at how to get their agents to do what is needed, so some gentle mentoring, etc. And the reason I think this could work well, in addition to just combining potential for work with needed work, is that maybe some of those mentees could actually, develop into mature developers who can then pay it forward, and help others get into our ecosystem with agentic AI. And a little plug, tomorrow I'll have a workshop. Tomorrow at 4 p.m. I'll be showing how to code a Wikimedia tool using agentic AI. It's a live coding demo, no talking. I'll talk through it, but I'll basically just show you how it's done with a real tool, and the content of what that tool would do will be decided during the session at the beginning.
That's good. All right. Anyone who would like to jump in? Rosie? All right. All right.
So this is a comment, not a question. Those of us who spend time doing new page patrol over the years usually do it because we find joy in reading a new article and releasing it to the greater world. And it is no longer that kind of joyful process. Until we have a bot or another mechanism that's automated, that can help us understand what is AI-generated content and what isn't in an article, we are relying on the humans to do that. And it's taken the joy out of new page patrol. We have developed this way of even being able to eyeball it before we run it through a program, and of course then we do, and then we take the time to put those different templates, or we nominate it for deletion, or we delete it automatically, or we go to the AI notice board, and then we start listing the 268 articles that person wrote, and we start doing the cleanup. So the sooner we can automate that process, the greater good will be served, and maybe bring joy back to new page patrol.
I think that's a good point. Any other point or question? Or
I have a closing question for Anisha.
yeah.
Yeah.
Go on.
I love your interview series very much. Who do you want to interview next? What do you think the gaps are? Is there a way other people can help fill those gaps?
Well, I think both Neta and I will agree that we had asked for funding for 150 hours of work, and of course we have already exceeded that, and now we still have to write the paper. Having said that, while we have completed our structured interviews, this Wikimania for me and for us is very useful because we are getting to speak with people, let's say, less structured, more relaxed way. So anyone who wants to, talk to us and now our project, please reach out to us and we will be happy to talk to you. And hopefully even, what we would like to do is also to take this research forward. We realize that going by a purely qualitative research design may not be the best way forward right now, given how quickly things are evolving. So actually the next phase of our own data analysis includes these content analysis of the media sources. But please, let's talk together. Let's think of things that we can do together, because I think this topic will become, and is already, and will become more and more important, because reliability is the core, I think, one of the core principles of why everyone is here. And it will continue to be more and more important. So please reach out to me right now or over the next few days or via mail. Unfortunately, I don't have a card, but I can leave you verbally my details.
Thank you very much. Time is up, unfortunately. We thank you all for all your questions, all your comments. and we wish you a happy Wikimania, and just show up. We are here. We can continue the discussion out there, and have a very nice day. Thank you.
How was your session?
I'm gonna start with a quick one. Well, thank you everyone for being here. I'm pleased to introduce myself. My name is Patricio Del Boca. I'm the technical leader of the Open Knowledge Foundation. The Open Knowledge Foundation is an organization that has been around for 20 years. The OKFN believes that knowledge should be accessible to everyone through content, data, and technology. We build and maintain digital infrastructure and digital public goods that anyone can use. With our global network, we have strength and transparency to support democracy, participatory, and public accountability for over 20 years, so we have a lot of history. And our tool of service is research and advocacy support for a safe and sustainable future for all. So well, the idea of this workshop is to present the prototype that we have been exploring using AI to connect with open data, and also have a group discussion. If anyone is using these technologies, if anyone is facing these problems, maybe we can come to share agreements of these technologies and the use cases. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the foundations of the projects, the prototype that we did, the demonstration, lessons learned, and then we can maybe have a similar, a group discussion about it. And then I'm going to do some closing remarks. So the main trigger for this project is okay, how can we integrate the latest AI technologies, like large language models, because AI is a lot of things. Large language models is just a sub group of it, into open data without compromising the trust in public information. I mean, the Open Knowledge Foundation has been advocating for open data for the last 20 years. We believe in the power of open data, and we want to integrate these technologies, but we don't want to compromise the trust that people has in open data. So how can we do it? Because if we do an honest review of the AI technologies right now, there are a lot of obstacles to be able to integrate these technologies in a safe way. The first obstacle that we have is the lack of exactness, either because of bias, lack, or training data, or architectural limitations. We cannot trust LLMs because they are not designed to tell the truth. I mean, they are machines that just generate text, but they are not designed to tell the truth. So how can you tell news, or how can you tell facts if your machine or your backend or your computer is not designed to do that? The second obstacle that we have is LLMs do have a lot of aggressive strategies for problem solving. So sometimes you will give it data and they will torture that data to get any answer possible. So they don't know how to say no. And that sometimes is a problem because they overcomplicate the answer. The third obstacle that we have is that those machines are not intelligent and they cannot do calculations properly. Even if you get the original data and you give the data to the LLM, the LLMs do not do basic math and basic arithmetic. This is a screenshot of one of the tests that we were doing. We were sending all the registries to the artificial intelligence capture all the registry correctly, but then it says, okay, the total is all of the, and it says 42, but actually if you do the sum with the calculation is 41. So it does that because it's just this token is predicted based on the probability of this token is predicted on this one, so then it's not it's not a, it's prediction, it's not calculus. So the fourth obstacle that we have is that LLMs are not good at text to SQL. I mean, this is a more technical thing, but basically a lot of people saying, okay, let the LLM design the query to fetch the data from the database. And the problem is that we are not quite yet. The technology is not good. This is a really nice benchmark that I like because it's open and reproducible. And it says that even the latest models like Fable and Opus 4.7, which are a state-of-the-art model, they have an exactness of 65%, which means that 1 in 2 questions they are going to answer not in a good way. So the fifth obstacle is the lack of transparency. A lot of times it's impossible to know why an LLM answers the way it does. Showing the reasoning steps that not solve the problem is more like a debug technique. And also the problem is that it moves the burden to the citizen. If you want a chatbot to provide information, you don't want to explain to the citizen why are you giving that number. The citizen should receive the number and trust the user and trust the information. And also the problem is that they are not deterministic machines. So the reasoning to the same question can change with time. So sometimes you can ask for something, it's going to reason one thing, and the next time it's going to reason another one. So the obstacle number 6 that we have is the lack of provenance. By design, these technologies lose provenance of the information in the training phase. So they do not know where the source for those information come from. It's just like a potpourri of things. So we have like a lot of problems with AI. But we still think like, okay, this is useful, but we have our limitations. So we have an idea. The core of the idea is that, okay, large language models are great at conversations, but are terrible at facts. And open data portals are great at facts, but are really terrible at conversations. So maybe there is a match there to do. So what we want? We do not want the AI to know the answer. And what we want is to retrieve the AI, to retrieve, explain, and cite the data from the answer. So that's what we want. So basically, we want the AI to not do what it wants, what it was designed to do. We want it more like as an orchestrator. So with this spirit, we get together with the government of Brazil and the government of Uruguay, and we decide a pilot on how can we like integrate these technologies. So we enter in a collaborative development with 2 agencies of those governments, in which they provide the data, we provide the technical capacity, and we design and co-design the solution. Our number 1 goal was to use AI to provide a natural language interface for citizens to interact with public information without compromising the quality of the information, and providing traceability to the underlying data supporting these claims. Basically, like a chatbot for like a data that is accurate, but not only accurate, but also gives the trace and gives the source to the data. And the goal number 2 that we have with this project is to create an open and reusable toolkit for anyone, including governments and multilateral agencies, to replicate this experience with their own data. So, say that our prototype is, and we start starting like everything is on GitHub, everything is open, so I'm not going to show code here, but for everyone that is curious, they can go to our GitHub, and all the repositories and all the technology is there available for you to see. So before starting, what is an MCP? This is just like a quick basic introduction. But basically, MCP is a model context protocol, which is an open source standard for connecting AI applications to external systems. Using MCP, they can like, so basically what happened is like when AI came, they said, okay, these are like really limited because AI only has access to the knowledge which it was trained, but it doesn't have any access to any external systems. So we need something to bridge AI to external system. If we want AI to do things on the external world or get access from sources in real time, we need to close that bridge. So how can we close that bridge? And that's what MCP comes into, is to give AI capabilities to connect to external system to either perform tasks or like get information in real time.
So is this like a crawler?
No, it's like an API for AIs. Basically, but it's like a standard. It's like a protocol that connects, that says to the AI, if you want to talk to that system, these are like the rules that you need to apply, and the system, they say, if you want AI to connect to you, these are the things that you need to do. So basically, those programmatic rules. So what we think, okay, we have MCP. MCP is a tool that can be used to solve this problem. So what we decide to do is like, okay, we're going to do like an MCP for high value data sets. And not high value in the European term that they have like a legislation for like high value data set, but really data sets that every government decides, okay, this data set is valuable for us. And the MCP server, so we decided to create an MCP server that works as a bridge between the AI and the public data, that also has embedded business logic to retrieve the data needed to answer predefined questions. So we are embedding in the server all the logic that is needed to answer the question. And the AI will only answer if it has access to data coming from a pipeline created by domain experts. So basically, instead of letting the AI figure it out how to get the data from a source, we basically get with the domain experts. we design the pipelines, we code it into the AI, and we just let AI orchestrate the conversation between the human. So the core idea for the architecture is that for every question that can be answered, we call one tool with the business logic required to get the data. So then we know that if the AI is answering with a number, that number comes from a query that we have built. And the second one is that we return the content with the answer for the AI to process. And we also return structured content, data arrays, sources, etc., for the application to use. Like this, I don't want to go like too more technical, but like the MCP protocol has this thing of like, you can only give text to the AI. So the AI only receives text and only knows how to handle text. But there are a lot of other information that you can give to the AI, like data, raw data, links to the sources, graphs, and the problem is that AI doesn't know how to handle that. So it separates between like, okay, what the AI can do and what the application can do. So we need to like give text to the AI, and we need to like do a structured content for the application to handle. So what's in the box of like the things that we have been working? We have an MCP server that turns open data sets into tools that AI can call. We have like a chat gateway, which is a simple web chat that connects any OpenAI compatible LLM to the MCP server, and it renders the tables, the charts, the source links straight from the data. And then we design kind of like a plugin ecosystem, so people can like, there are like a lot of use cases of the standard data, like for example, IATI data, like open contracting, that you can like create a plugin that everyone can install and then get these AI capabilities. And we separate like server and chat gateway in different things. So this is a little bit how like it works. We have a data source, we have the MCP server, we have the AI in the middle, and we have like the chat gateway. And it's important to make like this difference between like chat gateway and MCP server, because here is where it lives like the logic of how to query the data in the MCP server and the plugins. But the chat gateway is the one, or like the interface, is the one that tells the AI how it needs to behave. Which I'm gonna later explain a little bit what are the problems with that. But basically these are like these pieces of information, like the chat gateway, the AI, the MCP server plugin, and the data. Yes, question.
Well, since we're so few people, I'm just gonna use it.
Yeah, for the stream.
Yes, so the LLM basically never touches the database and the data directly. So you're using this for open data now. Could this theoretically be used for data sets that government don't want to be open and public, but to still give the public some access without releasing the data? It might be a good hack.
Yeah, perfect. Good question. And yes, and it is. And that's one of the things, one of the good things of the MCP server versus skills, because nowadays like super common to use skills. In AI, they say like MCP server is like is like obsolete, but yeah, because this is a server that you host in your infrastructure and it encapsulates all the business logics to access the data. You can here put like a public interface in between and say, okay, you are not going to access my data. You are going to access through my MPC server that is going to like isolate like the business logic. You don't have access to it. You just only have like an interface. So yeah, it's a really good point. So basically what we try to do is like grab like the MCP Python's SDK, which is like the technical tool to develop like MCPs, and create kind of like a wrapper of good practices, because MCP has a lot of problems and MCP has a lot of like limitations. And one of the things and the limitations is that, for example, you cannot enforce traceability with MCP. There is no way in the MCP protocol to do that. And so we try to say, okay, how can we like extend a little bit the MCP, kind of like a wrapper around it, providing like good practices, schemas, reusable tools, validations, to create like a toolkit that everyone can reuse in a way for building their own solutions, and that it will have out of the box like a lot of good practices that we have discovered through this experience. So basically, how it works. So basically, when you start like a server, the AI, before anything, goes to the MCP server and says, okay, what information do you provide? And the MCP server will reply, okay, I provide A, B, and Z. then it comes the user, and I say, hey user, it talks to the AI and asks, hey, can I have information about X? And this is where like the AI is really good at, is interpreting like what are the intentions of the users. So the AI says, okay, the user is asking about X, and the AI will say, okay, I know that I have A, B, and C. I understand X. X may be this. So it will ask to the MCP, okay, give me A and C, since they are relevant for the question of the user. So this is like what I think what is the most important things of the artificial intelligence. Here it can capture like the intention of the users and say, okay, I cannot answer maybe directly X, but I have like a lot of tools that are relevant because I understand the context, because I understand what are you saying. So I'm going to ask the MCP A and C, and I'm going to use that to reply the answer. Maybe because the user is using another language or is using like another way to ask for that information. So then the MCP goes and extracts the data and extracts the information, and it says to the AI, okay, here it is like A and B, and then the AI will wrap all of that in a text and say, okay, given A and B, the answer for X is blah, 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 blah. So this is like basically how it works like an MCP behind the scenes for people that don't know. So I'm having a live demo, but probably with the slides it's going to be easier. For the streamers, we are not too much in the room, so I'm just like doing it like a small version of it. Yes?
Yeah, maybe before the question, the demo, there is a question in the chat.
Oh, okay, perfect.
So someone was asking, does this effort aim to, there are some options. First, create a standardized format for this data set to hook into, or a bunch of bespoke data mining pipeline behind the MCP, or an MCP per data set?
Good question. We are trying to create, because I put the schemas there and validation, we are trying to create a schema for this, in the way that I want a technology that forces the implementator to attribute, basically. So basically, we are trying to say, okay, if you want to create like a good MCP server for data, you have to have these rules. And these rules are embedded in the schemas. And for us, like the first rule is that you need to attribute this work. So for example, we have a schema in which like source is mandatory. And in MCP server, if you install this in your server and you are not returning the source of the data, our MCP server directly doesn't run it. So we are trying to create like a schema in that sense, in a way of saying, okay, what is like the minimum information that we consider necessary for the server to return in order for like the AI to be like a good practice on that. Thank you. Okay, so like for like the demo, yeah, I'm gonna do live. I have it here. So this is like a demo of that we have been doing for like with the government of Uruguay. Basically, Uruguay is running most of its energy in renewables, and they have like a huge of information about it. So we get together with the Minister of Energy of Uruguay. We get with the domain experts, and they say, okay, we have all this open data, and we want people to be able to navigate it. So the first step that we did is like, okay, with the domain experts, okay, tell me, what are the questions that people could ask to this data? And we gathered a list of questions that we have here like as a suggestion questions for like users as a kickoff. And then they asked the main questions, okay, given the open data you have, what is the way of retrieving this information? They gave us the SQL queries, they gave us the way to retrieve the information. So we coded it into the program, and they mounted everything. So if I ask, for example, okay, what is like the first source of generation of electricity in Uruguay, the chat is gonna like think a little bit and it's gonna give an answer. There are like some things going on here. The first one is like the black one, which is like more like a debugging tool to see, okay, which MCP tool it's called. Then you can see that it's returning like some raw data. This raw data is coming from the open data portal. It's just like a basic of like the numbers and the data with like the source to it, maybe it's like too small for the streamers, but here it says like the source. So if you can click here, it's gonna take you directly to like the data portal that is giving that information. So you can like click there and can see like, okay, this is like the official open data catalog of the government of Uruguay, and the data come from this. Then we embedded kind of like a graphic, so you can have like some kind of like visualization about that data that you can like download, blah, 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 as well like the source of this information, and then the assistant gives like an answer. And the most important thing is like these numbers that comes here are numbers that are coming directly from the data. So we are quite sure that the data and the answer that is given, say for example, we can say like, for example, 42.6 is, well, like it's like, that's like a small calculation that is like the 7,000 here divided like the 17,000. But basically like here, this number 3331 is 73331 here. So we have like direct traceability between like the answer that the LLM is doing and the data that is claim that is supporting that claim. We also like found like a strange case of the US. I was mentioning at the beginning that the AI has like this really aggressive strategy to try to solve a problem or to give more context that it needed. So we have like, we instructed the AI to say, okay, if you have an interpretation that is not backed up with the data, just like tell to the user, hey, I'm doing this interpretation about the data, but it's not there, so it's only mine. And then we can like say, we can like keep asking questions, and the questions, so for example, I ask cuál es la principal fuente de generación eléctrica de Uruguay. Okay, I can ask you, ¿puedes darme más información de energía solar? Okay, so I want to dig a little bit deeper in like, okay, solar energy. So the AI is going to detect, okay, I have like several tools to get like information about the solar energy in Uruguay. Again, it returns like the raw data for every. It returns like the raw data with the new links to the source. It grabs like all the information. It generates kind of like a report and provides like the information to the user. So basically, what we are trying to do is like enforcing that for every question that the AI does, is gonna grab a tool, gonna grab the data and use that data to provide the answer. And we know for sure that these numbers are not like hallucinated because they are coming from the raw database and the data. Okay. Well, I was like a screenshot just in case like something happened. One thing is like when we talk with Uruguay, we did like a testing session with the Wikimania of Uruguay. They knew that we were working on this, so they asked to us, hey, can we do like a session to test the application? And we said, yeah, of course, like we gave them the URL, they started like playing with it, and they say, oh, I find it like super interesting, and I used that information to like improve Wikipedia, because I now know new facts. So for us, it was like really nice that it was something that we wasn't expecting, but because they use the tool, they get the information, not only get the information, but also because the chat was linking to the source of the data, they could also put in the Wikipedia, okay, this is like the energy in Uruguay, and the source of this is the open data portal. So it was kind of like a nice side effect that we wasn't expecting to it. So lessons learned. After all of this, we ran the pilot with Uruguay, also with Brazil. We created several like testing scenarios. We invited Wikimania Uruguay to do one. In Brazil, Open Knowledge Foundation Brazil, and another organization. In Uruguay as well, other civil society started testing it. And we grabbed like a lot of feedback, more than 300 responses. And we have some lessons that we want to share for everyone that is want to embark into this. The first one is like unreliable calculations. I mentioned this a little bit at the beginning. This is one area where the testers like reported answers that were like numerically wrong but presented as data. Direct lookups of information were like reliable, but the other calculations were not. So MCPs and AIs are not good for math. So sometimes it will grab like, okay, I have like this solar energy. If my total capacity is this, then the percentage of the solar is this. If the AI is doing that calculation, it's probably gonna miss it. So probably you will need to like put maybe like an MCP server for calculation so the AI can use it instead of like the way you do it. So there are corner cases in which the AI try to aggressively like answer or be like proactive, and in the proactivity it starts like making mistakes. Second lesson learned is mixed knowledge bases. The model mixes general knowledge with the hard data from the data sets without saying which is which. So it's gonna mix. It's gonna try to like say, okay, this is what the source is saying, but it's not what the source is saying. It's like the number is what the source says, but all the wrapping of information that I did around the number, it comes from my own understanding, and it doesn't make a differentiation. We detected that, and we told the AI, hey, if you are going to do that, please state to the user, and it became better, but still, it tries to like mix a little bit. New tools, old problems. For those who were like working in business intelligence, there is nothing new here, and we have the same problems dealing with that we were dealing with business intelligence in the 90s. Like, okay, are we having like a direct access to the data portal, or are we going to have a read copy? Do the tools read the open data directly from the source, separated read one? The data is a view of it. Are we serving the raw data set, some transform what? It is the latest version, a cached or copy data set can quietly fall behind the source. So basically, what I'm trying to say is like, where does the data live? Is a problem that was in the business intelligence community in the 90s. Is it still here? One of the questions, one of the person from Uruguay told me, okay, are you going to hit the API of my data portal for every single question that is asked to the AI? Some data portals have features for that, others no. It can mess with the statistics. So where the data lives is still like a problem, and there is no new tool for that. It's just like using the same old techniques that we have. AI can't enforce attribution, and that's one of the key learnings. We explored the MCP protocol, but from the MCP perspective, there is no deterministic way of enforcing attribution and to make the AI to code the source. I mean, we didn't find it. If someone found it, please let me know, because this is kind of like the key of the business. Sadly, like the MCP only allows to return text that the text is going to give to the AI, and the AI is going to use that text to fabricate the answer that is what designed to. And as I mentioned at the beginning, since the AI lives in the client, you cannot make sure that the people that is going to use this is going to enforce it. And this is kind of like this point. There is no control over how client uses the data. This is like normal, but it is a problem in some way. So basically the prompt that defines the behavior of the artificial intelligence and what the AI will finally do with the data lives outside the server. I don't have control on how the people, and that's okay. I mean, that's like what it is. I mean, you put open data in the world and no one knows how to use it. But if you're trying to say, okay, I want to enforce attribution, you cannot control over it. And the protocol doesn't allow you to tell to the AI, okay, if you are going to use me, then you need to comply with these rules. There is no way of doing that. Makes sense because it can be a security problem, so I understand why it doesn't happen. I say it's like the server has no way of enforcing any behavior on the LLM, which is good, but has some trade-off. I mean, I want the people using my information to attribute it, and I have no way of tailoring the AI to do that. Last, testing is difficult. Human review is not a phase, it's a hard requirement, and quality assurance requires domain knowledge. I don't know, but people keep telling the AI is super intelligent, but we keep finding problems with it. And when we gave this to the people working at the energy minister in Uruguay, they found issues with the explanations that the AI was trying to do and say, no, this is wrong, this is wrong. The AI is mixing this concept. So it's necessary to do quality assurance. And quality assurance allowed us to do this, build a glossary. AI requires context because AI, as I was saying, is not intelligent, can confuse terms. So injecting a glossary in the context or having a tool for the AI to check the language that we should take helps in interactivity. If not, maybe it's going to grab like an acronym or something, and the AI is going to invent a new term for it. So giving a glossary and context to the artificial intelligence is important. We may think that they know, but they don't know. And lastly, the last one is like, even when we have like excellent results, the chat works great, and the data that it shows is like traceable to the source, and we didn't see like a lot of mistakes on it. When we asked to like to the government of Brazil and Uruguay, okay, are you confident enough to put this live? They say, yeah, but I would like to have this is an AI response, so be careful with it. It's for reference only, which is not what we wanted, but it's still happening. There is still not a lot of trust because we are seeing corner cases in which the AI hallucinates a little bit, but still it is like a good step forward for it. So yeah, that was it. I went like quite quickly through all the points. I don't know if someone like in the audience in the streaming or here put some question for our conversation. Basically, we're looking for like a little bit of feedback. If anyone here like integrate this AI into their workflows, if you have similar experiences, if were you able to successfully enforce attribution on AI answers, that's something that we are looking forward and talk to people about. And if you have like any other mechanism to foster systemic trust between public data and AI agents. And I'm leaving there a QR code for like our Discuss forum, and we're having like a conversation there, part of our AI Learning Labs, so feel free to jump on it. So that was it. Thank you.
Any question?
We should pitch this to the European Commission in Brussels and try to convince them to build something with their data sets.
Yeah, for the streamers, he was saying that we should pitch this to the European Union to do something like this with their data sets, which I completely agree. Because one of the things that's happening is that even when you don't want, people is doing this. So someone is going to build an MCP server for the European data, and then you don't have control over it. And it's okay if it is open. It's okay because you can like contribute, you can review, you can like embed your business logic there. But while doing this work, we talked with one person that is a steward of energy data in the United States, and he was saying, I am the steward of this data, and people are building AI tools on top of me, and I don't have the control on it, so I need to start doing it for like the safety of the information and the quality of it.
Another question from the chat.
Yes.
Can you require, in terms of service usage of the MCP for client to provide a URL to public-facing responses based on retrieved information?
No, you can't enforce it. It's only at the application level. So basically, the MCP protocol gives you two return values, the content and the structured content. What you give to the AI is text, and then the structured content is for application. You can give in the text to the AI the source link, and then in the prompt tell to the AI, hey, if the MCP is returning the source in the text, please quote it, because it happens for us that we were returning the source in the text and the AI completely ignored it. So basically for the AI, the source is not important. And even when we were like in the text to the AI saying, give this response to the user and this is the source, the AI will process that answer in a way and will eliminate the source. So you need to be like super explicit to it. Okay. No further questions? One more.
So you're still working on that? So you're still.
Well, he's asking if I'm still working.
You're still developing it. Yeah, no. Yeah. You're still developing it, and then I guess this project will end at some point.
Yes.
What next phases, or like, I mean, you must have something, like if you had additional funding, where would you go from there? What would the next phases be?
Perfect. Yeah, well, this is the first time that we are talking like this in public of this project. Basically, we finished the testing phase like a couple of weeks ago. We are now in the documentation step of this. This is part of this process. We are going to release all the documentation, all the code base, all this presentation, everything on the public. This is going to be like around like September, and then we would like to do another iteration. I mean, we have a lot of learnings with the MCP protocol right now. The idea is like go out and start talking to people, maybe like iterate on this wrapper, understand a little bit better the MCP protocol. We want to talk with the people that create the MCP protocol to see if we can like resolve this problem from the protocol level. And expand these pilots into like other things. And the other project that we want to do is to create an MCP server with this technique for standardized data. Like I mentioned, like for example, open contracting, IATI, like every data that is always published the same and in the same format, basically you can do one MCP server that everyone can reuse. So if your government publishes data on energy at the same format or contracting data in the same format, which is open contracting, then you can create one MCP and every government can reuse it because the data is published in the same way. So the business logic applies to everyone. So that's like the next steps. Okay, no further questions. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Online, just add another comment about.
Yeah.
Following your answer, saying that the generative AI response URL would be provided in the request header. Could it work? With such that attribution can be audited out of bound. One can even keep such services honest using an MCP version of .wikipedia fictitious entry.
Okay, yeah, I think it's a good idea. I mean, returning like I think yes. I think it's a good path to explore that. I think it's a little bit out of bound, as he said. Ideally, I would like to have like a way to enforce the AI, because I mean, as I was mentioning, like we can handle this at the application level, but my idea was like, okay, enforce the AI to do it. So then it's the AI that uses it that always returns the source and not the developer with the application that is handling that. I want the AI to be acknowledging the source and not the application developer. But this is a good way of like exploring it as well. Thank you very much.